Salute, salute. Man, we've got Willie D lined up. We've got Richard Taylor of Taylor House Publishing. And we have an exclusive Nancy Grace interview where she is pressing, ladies and gentlemen, pressing Officer Tatum. All right. You know, salute to the Most High, the eternal, indigenous, spiritual Most High. Trolls only God and your mama can love you. And last but not least, one time, of course, we got to salute, to our lost tribe member, my brother from another mother, Jimmy McNair. May he rest in power. As he would say if he was still here, here we go, here we go. Where's me gold? I needs me shillings so I control. This thing is heating up, man. This Nolan Wells case is heating up on both sides. Bart has went and lawyered up. Bart is denying that he ever knew Katie. He never dated Katie. Bart's lawyer is aggressive. Even if you say allegedly, or reports say, or people are reporting, he's coming after you and suing you whether you can afford to pay it or not. He wants to protect Bart because Bart is getting like extreme, life-threatening, hate mail and stuff. I wonder how Nolan's family feels. I wonder how Ben Crump's family feels. I wonder how anyone on the side of Nolan receiving justice feels about that statement. But we're going to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to wait until a few more people into the room. We're definitely going to get into it. First up, I'm going to go with Willie D. Things are changing. The parents are coming out. Nolan's parents have come out and they have filed a lawsuit. They are preserving all information, all electronics from all accounts, all social medias, all devices. I mean, they are going all out, even from drones. So at this point, everyone is stuck. Game on. Game on. Let's get into it, y'all. This is Willie D. Willie D says he was threatened, ladies and gentlemen. He's receiving threats from people of Ocean Springs.
Pants for middle-aged men that look like $500 Italy designer, but feel more.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Well, what do we have here? A threat on my life? Really? So let me get this straight. I've been studying business since I became a professional rapper in 1989. That would put me right at 37 years of nothing but truth. Daring truth. Confronting all sorts of evil, wicked, powerful, rich, influential people. Taking them down. On the streets. Taking down real bona fide gangsters, real killers. All of them. And now I'm supposed to be scared of a demon.
Thank you to everyone coming in who's hitting that like button. Thank you.
I say, man, I don't know who the hell y'all think y'all playing with, but I'm really not the one. Or, depending on how you look at it, I'm the one. You picked the right one. Because my heart don't pump no fear for cowards. Cowards that will mask their faces. Cowards that will attack a grieving mother and father whose child.
So if you're just not joining the stream, this is Willie D. Willie D is receiving death threats now, from supporters of those who allegedly unalive Nolan Wells, whoever they may be. You know what I'm saying? Oh, here's Jake. What's good, Jake from State Farm? What's good, Jake? So yeah, this is Willie D responding. This is getting deep, y'all. We have an exclusive interview with Nancy Grace. And Brandon Tatum, I'm tired. I'm not even gonna lie. If I don't make no money on this stream, I'm not staying on long. You know, I'll put out whatever information and get the heck off of here. But I'm not putting any more long days just to get on here and really not make nothing on here, receive no support. But I'm gonna do my due diligence. Here we go.
Was murdered. I have zero respect for those who try to assert.
Insatiable, what's good, my Capricorn brother? You know what I'm saying? My birthday twin, and thank you, most gratefully and graciously, thank you, humbly, thank you for hyping all of my videos and helping to keep me in the algorithm. I really appreciate that, brother. One brother to another. Thank you, Insatiable.
And justice. Zero. See, y'all are used to being bullies. Y'all think y'all in the 1960s when you pick up the phone and, hey, nigga, you better get out of town, nigga. We gonna get you, nigga. I don't know what you heard, but I bust back. And I do go on the offense. So if I find out who you are, expect contact. Why are they attacking me and other creators who are simply just trying?
Black Beauty, what's good, Black Beauty? What's good, Black Beauty? Glad to see you in the room.
To help the family get answers and to protect the public because you got some killers out there roaming the streets. Yeah. So they need to be brought to justice to save everybody else so that nothing like this happens again, at least with them. Why are they attacking?
Good to hear, Black Beauty. I just gave you your moderator badge. You can help me control the room. All you do is click on them and remove their comments. Click on their names, remove their comments.
us?
So now you can have some fun when you come in here. You can deal with the trolls.
Not attack these guys. They're the ones who are supposed to be his friends. Who left him on the island all by himself. They're the ones who have been given inconsistent stories. They're the ones who went back home on the boat alive without Nolan.
What I want to know is, why is it okay for them to put out any narrative, any lie pertaining to Nolan Wells? But when we say something about them, they got to run and lawyer up, and they want to protect their reputation and it's defamation of character. But yet, y'all are running around here saying that Nolan Wells has substances in his body. He was extremely impaired from the result of drinking alcohol. He drowned. Y'all are saying he stayed behind on the island and stayed with a female, making Nolan look thirsty. All that water out there in the ocean. The man was on the island, and y'all making a man look extra thirsty. He was surrounded by water. Why the hell would he stay on an island to talk to a chick who was getting on a boat and leaving to get back across the island to go home? You guys can say whatever you want to say about Nolan Wells and any black victim in this country. But when we strike back with our speculation, when we strike back with facts and history, you guys want to always lawyer up to protect your reputations. And see, that's the difference between our culture and your culture. You control 90% of the generational wealth in this country. So it's easy for you to lawyer up. But when you railroad us, we can't go attain those attorneys because we don't have that economic, we don't have those economic means, the sustainability to have those means lying around to lawyer up every time you do something to one of us. Which is why we often get railroaded by your public defenders and your court system and your crooked ass judges. Oh, I came to speak tonight, man. This is starting to tick me off. And then y'all play perpetual victims, but you start to send out death threats. You send out cease and desist letters. How are you going to victimize and be the victim at the same time? That's like being a perpetrator and a superhero to the same damn story. Usually don't happen that way. And I've never seen it happen that way. And frankly, I'm tired of saying it. It's making me sick to my stomach. It's either one or the other. And history tells us exactly what side you've been on and what you choose. You know, you guys saying Nolan Wells drowned and he was intoxicated and that's that. You guys are the equivalent of the same freakers who are on the side of Austin Metcalf. Because you would never come out and say that he was a white thug, he was a bully, he wasn't raised, he didn't have a father in his home, he was a troublemaker. You wouldn't come out and say he should have kept his hands to himself. No, 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 no. You protected his whiteness. And that's exactly what you're doing right now with the Nolan Wells case. Even though some of these alleged friends maybe primary suspects, you guys always opt to cover them by whiteness instead of the side of justice. So if justice was on the side of black, guess what? You would never stand for justice. And we know this. That's why we tearing social media up right now. That's why black social media is going to work. We're working on the Carmelo Anthony case. We're working on Nolan Wells. We ain't forgot about Rick Chow. We ain't forgot about Rick Chow and Cyrus Carmack Belton. We ain't forgot. We ain't forgot. That's exactly why we have the drive and the willpower to do what we're doing right now online. Online. Because we know that you're not going to do it. It doesn't matter what. If he was drunk or not, they had no reason to unalive him. Exactly. Exactly. And we know that they had something to do with it. Now, it's funny Ticket TV came out and said that Ben Crump's team was dismissing this audio. And he's the only person I've seen report this thus far, because even Nancy Grace is using this same audio. And Nancy Grace is a very highly distinguished attorney. I may not agree with everything she says, but I cannot take away her credentials. I cannot overlook them. So if she can use them, I know by far Ben Crump's team is just not dismissing that.
They're the ones who kept his phone, kept his keys, deleted their social medias. They're the ones who wouldn't talk to the parents and give them any answers. Why aren't they being attacked? They're really not being attacked.
This records conversations better than taking notes ever could. This is Pocket, an AI note taker that records conversations.
From the governor to the AG to local law enforcement, they're more on the suspected killer side than they are the grieving parent side. Now think
And
of
let's not forget that medical examiner. Let's not forget about that medical examiner, Stacey Turner. Let's not forget about Stacey Turner.
about that. And so I'm seeing everywhere where these uncivilized mutts are attacking the family. Now, they're attacking the family. They're attacking civil rights activists, lawyers. They're attacking bloggers, reporters, journalists, anybody that asks questions about the case. Anybody that's...
Ladies and gentlemen, they have threatened Ben Crump and Al Sharpton too. They have threatened Ben Crump and Al Sharpton too. See, all these people have is threats because they feel like we've been indoctrinated to just feed off of fear. We've been indoctrinated to just feed off of fear so they can just threaten us and we're going to shake in our boots and, you know, we're going to tuck our tails and we're going to run. Hell no. You must be ain't heard about them 2026 black indigenous folks of America. You must be don't know. You must be ain't heard. Huh? Hell no, that ain't how we operate. That ain't how we operate. You know what I'm saying? We all come from towns to show me state. You got to show us. Because we damn sure gonna show up and show you. All we need is a reason. And we need it to be self-defense. So we know we can't go on the offense physically, but we can go on the offense intellectually, and that's what we're doing now on social media. And that's what they hate. They can't stand it. So a mere fact is a mere threat is not enough. A mere threat is not enough. Y'all have been threatening us for years, for centuries, for decades. Did it work? Did it work? Who's facing more of a threat right now in this country with the extreme heat? Huh? We're not being able to reproduce. Your birth rate's dropping, being 69% of the reported crimes in this country. Huh? 29% of your population being men who can't keep their hands off of little children and babies and things. I mean, who's really facing the biggest detriments in this country right now? If we had to break this down ethically. If we were talking ethnics, who's really facing a dilemma in this country? Us or you? And why would you be the one facing this dilemma? Because you've always been the one to start the dilemmas. So you're reaping what you sow. The chickens are coming home to roost. Enjoy your harvest. Enjoy your harvest.
Pointing fingers at these people who was hanging out with Nolan. They're trying to attack. What they're using is DARVO. DARVO is a manipulation strategy used to avoid accountability. It stands for deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. It was coined by psychologist Dr. Jennifer Freud. It describes a person turning the tables when they're caught doing wrong. Family. Are we there? Are we there?
Oh, I guess YouTube is shadow banning me again, but this show gonna go on regardless. I'm very resilient. If you haven't noticed, this show is gonna go on regardless. Whether it's thousands that I'm speaking to, hundreds, or just a few, this show is gonna go on regardless.
Yeah. So let me break it down to you. There are 3 steps of DARVO. Check this out. Tell me if this resonates with you. The offender says the bad act never happened or claims they did nothing wrong. The offender gets angry and insults the person who called them out, trying to make them look bad or crazy. The offender acts like they are the true victim and paints the real victim as the mean attacker. And here's why people use it and its effects. Deflection. It shifts the focus away from the bad behavior and onto a fake crisis. Create chaos, play the victim. Self-doubt. It confuses the victim and makes them feel guilty or crazy. Common settings. It happens in personal relationships, workplaces, and legal cases. Now, I know as I was saying that, some of y'all had an image in mind of a person who's used the DARVO strategy on you. Some of the rest of y'all probably used that on somebody else and didn't really know the meaning of it, but you knew exactly what you were doing. You knew the effects. You absolutely.
All right, Black Beauty Michelle Solomon says, why they keep doing it to you when you got people on this platform doing more than you? It doesn't make sense and it's wrong. Yeah, they just gave me a couple good 2 or 3 days. They gave me a couple good 2 or 3 days to get thousands in here and get my numbers back up and everything. Now they're going to make sure those numbers drop again and I plummet for another month and don't make anything off of YouTube for a second month. You know, this is why it's important for us to get our own platforms. It's all right for them to come on here and say we chipping out and call us the N-word with hard ERs and, you know, all this other stuff. You know, that's going to get the views. That's what they want to see. But when you come on here, you speak against them, you speak the truth, well, they don't want to hear that. They don't want their lies exposed. You know, they don't want their evils exposed. They don't want to hear how diabolical they are. So yeah, they're going to shadow ban that. They're going to shadow ban that. They're going to shadow ban that. And the worst part of these shadow bans is knowing that you have low numbers, but knowing that your own people aren't going to support you even through the shadow ban. They see you losing money. They see your numbers going down. You know, No one's rushing to watch those videos. No one's sending those super chats. No one's sending those cash apps. No one's sharing those videos. You know, very few hype those videos. So I mean, it's a catch-22. You know what I mean? It's a catch-22, especially when you're speaking positivity for black people. Because black people want to hear positive things, but they're not going to support it. They're just going to support the lying pastors. You know what I mean? And then, you know, the other side of people, you know, our other counterparts, they don't want to hear this, so they're going to make sure word don't get out. But if I was on their side and saying everything about us that they wanted to be said and they could use me for a black face, then I wouldn't have to worry about the black support because, you know, the other community will be holding me down for being, you know, another Brandon Tatum, so to speak. So it's a catch-22. You just have to have a passion for doing what you're doing in spite of everything. You know what I mean? In spite of everything.
Do the effects. So this, what I'm saying, fam, this strategy ain't gonna work on me. They've been trying to, they've been doing this to me for years and years and years. I mean, not decades. Trying to play that. Like, anytime I speak out against the government, if I speak out against law enforcement is doing something shady, right? They do something shady, and I speak on it.
Everyone in here, I need you to do me a favor. We've got to counteract this algorithm. If you're watching from your mobile device, please tap the screen. If you've already hit the like button, tap the screen. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Hard it up. Hard it up. The more and more we get going in the chat, that puts us in the algorithm too. So if we get the chat popping, all of that works. All of that works. They can only stop us if we allow them to stop us. They can only stop the truth if we allow them to stop our truths. We've got to support these platforms that speak up, that's doing the work. And thank you. I believe that's my black beauty hitting that. I know that's my black beauty hitting that. Thank you, Michelle. I know that's you without a doubt. I know that's you without a doubt.
They say, well, he's a racist. But when my white counterparts speak on the exact same thing, and they
Black Beauty Michelle Solomon says, well, keep going because it's getting better. I believe in you. Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. I definitely can see those hearts. I knew it was you. You just snitched on yourself. I knew it was you, sweetheart.
exact same time, they're a rebel. They call it.
What's up, Sister D? Huh? What's up, friend? What's up, Tave? You know what I'm saying? What's up to all the other kids in the house? You know what I'm saying? What's good over there in that Solomon household? What's good? What's good?
The rebels, you know, are radical, right? Any one of the R's. Any one of the R's, except.
Hey, I appreciate that, Moot. I appreciate that, Moot. Little things mean a lot over here. I appreciate that. Thank you for that, Moot. Salute to you, Moot.
Racist. They never get called racist. White guys never get called racist when they attack the system. When they expose corruption within the system, they're never called racist. They're called rebels, radicals, and things of that nature. But if you're black and you call out the system, and you call out the white person who's running this department or that department, or who's in charge of this or that, you're racist. That's a deflection mechanism. It don't work with me. It's never worked with me, and it ain't gonna work with me. Then they try to say, oh, he's just a race hustler. A race hustler? Man, you think I get up every morning looking for racism? Where's racism? I know it's racism, Ryan. I need a goddamn break, man.
I'll say to that.
You won't get
I'll
it.
say to that. They think we wake up every day looking for racism. They think we wake up every day wanting to experience racism, talk about racism, be on the receiving end of racism. Boy, y'all out of y'all damn rabbit ass minds for real. We sick and tired of it. We wish it didn't exist. That's why most of us wish that racist people didn't exist. You know what I mean? Because there would be no racism if it wasn't a racist group of people here on earth to exploit it. To exploit it. So yeah, we all can use a break from this, no matter what side you on. No matter what race you are, the world can use a break from racism. The world can use a break from racism. We got other things to worry about out here. We got a psycho president, you know what I mean? He can't keep his hands off of little children. He can't seem to do nothing for blacks. He's starting all these damn wars, costing everybody money at the pumps, in mortgage, in these supermarkets. You know, come on, man. We've got so many other things out here to be concerned about other than something that no one had a choice of. And no one had a choice to be whatever race they are. Damn it, you just came out that way. Your parents did what they did and poof, they had a kid. Damn it, deal with it. Damn it, deal with it.
One, if you don't like being called a racist, why do you work so hard at being one? You think I'm supposed to just shut up and rap? Nah, it don't go like that, man. It ain't never gonna go like that with me. They think they slick. You're not smarter than me. Not by far. You're not smarter than me at all.
They've never been smarter than us. They've never been smarter than us. You can't pick a time in history. You can't pick a point in history. They've never been smarter than us. They've always operated off of fear. I guess you can say they were smart in that department. They failed. They made us feed off of fear. So they were smart in that department. But that's the only credit I can give them. You know, that's that turn the other cheek mentality. You know, that's the only credit I can give them. But other than that, they ain't got a goddamn thing on us. They know it. We know it. The world know it. I mean, it is what it is. And they can't stand that. They can't stand that.
You're not no way, you're not even close to my intellectual capacity. You're not even close. And your heart is in the wrong place. You have no heart, you're evil, you're wicked. If there's a hell below, you're absolutely going to go. I have zero respect for you. Because I know you say things that you say because you're wicked. You don't say it because you're some, good-hearted, well-intentioned person. You want us to be silent so you can be comfortable. That ain't gonna never work with me.
I feel you, Willie D. They ain't gonna never work with me either.
Expose these cowards. Expose these cowards. Expose these cowards. All day, every day. Y'all, all y'all content creators out there, keep your foot on the gas. Don't.
Ooh, Willie D, you ain't gotta tell me. Willie D, you ain't gotta tell me. I appreciate you, but hell yeah, boy. Listen, I'm George Floyd around here, boy. I'm knee on neck, boy. I'm not letting up. I'm not letting up, boy. Not me. Not me. Because I go through it too much. And it needs to be exposed. And I love making them angry, y'all. I love making them angry. I love when they feel what we feel. That oppression. I love when they feel that guilt. You know what I mean? I love when we turn the heat up. I love it. So not me. The pressure is always going to be applied. I'm always going to apply that pressure. I'm always going to speak up. See, in this line of business, you got to have a thick skin. What's up, sweet tea? What's up, sweet tea? In this line of business, especially as a content creator doing what I do, you got to have a thick skin. You know you're going to deal with trolls. You know you're going to deal with racism. You know you're going to deal with lies. You know they're going to dox your personal information. So what? The point is, you ain't going to pull up with your scary ass. It ain't nothing you can do to me unless I let you do it with your scary ass. You understand what I'm saying? So they want us to feed off that fear. They want us to feed off that fear. I'm not built like that. I'm not built like that. I'm not built like that. Not built like that. Then you got some people coming here and just don't have common sense. Just don't have common sense. Just don't have common sense. And I know they're not black. This individual right here is not black. You're going to come to someone else's platform and demand information of them. It's called come in, hit the like button, shut up and listen so you learn. It's called hit the like button, shut up and listen and learn. Not coming here asking for somebody's down resume, like you're interviewing them for a down job. Who are you? Who are you? Just cause you black don't mean you FBA. I know what y'all Africans do. I know what y'all Haitians
Imagine
do.
being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete...
Decide and the judges.
You have to buy it, even if you only have a penny left. Yeah, every driver should keep one of these mounts in the car. It's really...
I knew you weren't American.
Doing something
I knew you weren't FBA. I knew you weren't FBA. You're an agent. You're an agent.
depending on how
Fair use, educational purposes, commentary purposes, literary purposes. I'm speeding through this so I can get to the bread and meat of the live, y'all. This Nancy Grace interview with Officer Tatum. Why is it important? Because Officer Tatum has interviewed like 4 or 5 of these subjects that call themselves Nolan Wells friends. And we know that Nancy Wells has been foot on gas in this case to also find out what happened to Nolan Wells.
You interpret the audio, it can be heard as the final moments to a crime, where one of his friends yells at another friend for taking a life, while others suggest to cover it up. If you do interpret it this way, it could answer.
Let me help you, Raji, Rain, Raja, whatever your name is. I hate Christians. I can't stand a Christian. A black Christian, a white Christian. I can't stand Jesus. I hate Jesus. It's a made up lie. So I don't think this is where you want to be. I believe in voodoo. I don't think this is where you want to be. The audience want to talk to me, they can send a super chat. I'm not here to talk to you.
How Wells could just end up disappearing out of thin air. Now, a part of this interpretation, Wells' former teammate Bart Edmondson would be called out due to him seemingly being the person to angrily shout out, "Shut the F up," after panic would take over the boat, making it appear as if he had just finished doing something to Wells, in which you would also hear female passengers not being able to contain their emotions with what they were witnessing, as some are suggesting that they heard Nolan. On Wednesday, as more and more people accuse Edmondson as being a possible suspect, it appears that he and his family are now responding with their own.
Hey, Black Beauty, Michelle, are you still here? Black Beauty, Michelle, are you still here? Black Beauty. She'll answer shortly.
An attorney, conservative commentator Russ Latino, based in Mississippi.
All right. And in the words of that great philosopher from Philly, known as the Broad Street Bully or Beanie Siegel, the plot thickens. I quote, "I can feel it in the air. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High." And the scripture says a murderer's tormented conscience will drive him to the grave. Don't protect him. Now, first, I am not saying that Bart Edmondson is a murderer, but it sure looks like he is being protected now because he has lawyered up. Let me start this video by saying I am not accusing Bart Edmondson of anything. Everything I say on this video is for entertainment purposes only, and sharing of information about what is currently going on in the media space. So with that being said, it seems because of the internet fervor yesterday when it was discovered that the great punter from Mississippi with the All-American possible NFL career allegedly dated Katie and was allegedly on that boat, which we hear the words that sound like, damn it, Bart. We have to be very careful now because this lawyer is not playing. I mean, he is coming out full force against anybody who attempts to defame the prestigious Mr. Bart Edmondson. Let me say that, Mr. Bart Edmondson Jr., the illustrious, the eloquent, the Esquire Bart Edmondson Jr. But let's listen to what this lawyer has to say real quick before I come back with some more commentary.
Wednesday morning, Latino would announce that he has now joined the Edmondson family to clear Bart's name and go after anyone making defamatory statements. On Facebook, he would go on to write, I have been retained by the family of Bart Edmondson to pursue people defaming him with wholly fabricated assertions of fact that are putting Bart, his family, and friends in harm's way. The family will put out a formal statement later today and announce the initiation of his first defamation lawsuit. Bart received a credible death threat.
Well, Bart lawyered up real quick, boy. Bart trying to make sure he make the NFL. But no one tried to make sure that Nolan's going to make the NFL. No one gave a damn about Nolan's aspirations and his dreams and his talent, you know. But damn, Bart lawyered up quick. As soon as that story broke about him and Katie allegedly, man, Bart lawyered up quick. Damn, these white people lawyer up quick. I wonder if they hire black attorneys. Hell no. Then why do they give us white attorneys when they represent us and we can't afford attorneys? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? They play that game, y'all. They play that game.
Yesterday because of some of that made-up speculation on this and other sites. The FBI, state, and local law enforcement have all been activated. But I wanted to share a few things for people who think it's a game to invent lies that could get other people killed. We have hired a private investigator firm to identify and track individuals engaged in defamation against the Edmondsons. If you are young, naive, or lack the resources to pay a civil judgment, will not clear us from filing a lawsuit against you. This is not about money for my clients. They want to protect their family, and they want to curb people who lie recklessly. If you make up something out of thin air or share something you don't know to be true, adding the word allegedly or saying people are reporting will not save you from a defamation lawsuit. We will address the falsehoods being presented methodically, but now is not the time for that. Now is the time to make very clear that we intend.
But they're defaming Nolan Wells. They're defaming the parents' character. But that's okay. That's acceptable. You just can't do it back to them. They run and get attorneys. They control 90% of the wealth in this country, and they want to suck you up the little bit you got because you start to voice suspicions of them. You start to iterate troubling, things that they do to get up under your skin and to exploit racism and privilege and entitlement in this country. And because you do that, they lawyer up. They lawyer up. No, they lawyer up because they have something to hide. They lawyer up when things get thick and it's out of their hands and they can no longer control the situation. Yeah. See, when you got the DA locked down, when you got the sheriff locked down, the medical examiner locked down, judges locked down, governors locked down. Yeah. And this is still taking a turn for the worse. You still can't get control of the situation. You still can't control the narrative. Yeah, now you cowards run and lawyer up. Now you cowards run and lawyer up. See, that's what y'all do. You victimize people. You're perpetual antagonists. And then you play perpetual victims. Perpetual antagonist turn perpetual victim. But when we call it out, we're racist.
to be unrelenting against people who are lying online for clicks and likes. The Edmondsons in the broader Ocean Springs community grieve for the loss of Nolan Wells. They want the truth and peace for Nolan's family. People making things up online that put others at risk are not honoring Nolan's life or loss. They're not bringing us closer to the truth, but pulling us away. This will be a long...
How are these so-called best friends and parents of these best friends bringing us closer to the truth to figure out what happened to young brother Nolan Wells? You understand what I'm saying? It's okay for them, but it's not okay for us. This is not the 1930s. This is not the 1940s. This is not the 1950s. Kiss a black man's, kiss a black woman's ass. We ain't on that energy. We ain't on that type of time. Huh? Our ancestors did not go through what they went through and fight as hell as they fought for us to lay down now. We're not on that type of time. You don't control the narrative. We don't shut up and dribble no more. You understand what I'm saying to you? These are new age indigenous black folks you dealing with right now. You ain't never seen nothing like this. And you most likely never will. But for the time being, enjoy the show.
Potentially nationwide task. If you're a lawyer who believes that the rule of law, the presumption of innocence, and our very commitment to truth is in jeopardy and want to do something about it, please reach out to me privately. Now, before Latino...
Okay, so let's unpack that. Because he said the FBI, the state police, and everybody has been activated for simply people discussing possible scenarios in the death of Nolan Wells online. If y'all were paying or activated this much attention to the death of Nolan Wells, then maybe we wouldn't have to, or they wouldn't have to be doing this allegations against Bart. Not me, because I know Bart is innocent. I know without a shadow of a doubt. Attorney Latino, that's your name, right? I know he's innocent. So
yeah, I know he's innocent too because he's white and he's rich. He's white and he's protected and he's rich. Therefore, you know, anything white is pure. They don't do anything wrong. Y'all need to leave Bart alone. Leave Bart alone. Bart wasn't even there that day, although we heard Bart's name in that audio. Bart has his own boat and should not have been on Wyatt's boat. But what do we know? Bart wasn't even there, y'all. Even though we heard them yell, "Damn it, Bart." I thought it was Homer Simpson. "Damn it, Bart." Yeah, but we got to protect Bart. We got to say that Bart wasn't there. We got to lie for Bart. I'll lie for you, Bart. You wasn't there. You wasn't there, Bart. You wasn't there, Bart. You just happened to be there, Bart. You wasn't there, Bart. You just happened to be there, Bart. Now, how you astral project, how you be in two places at one time, I don't know. You got to teach me that one. You got to teach me that one. You know what I'm saying? This astral projection thing you do, man, that's a dope talent. That's a dope skill. You got to teach me that one. You got to teach me that one, Bart.
So don't even mind what I'm about to say. I know for a fact. Now, but let's break down what he said to the in the letter. I know he's innocent though, Latino. So now here he says, "I have been retained by the family of Bart Edmiston to pursue people defaming him with wholly fabricated assertions of fact." Now he trying to throw some legal terms in there that are putting Bart, his family, and friends in harm's way. The family will put out a formal statement later today and announce the initiation. You know, some people feel like there's a lot of white supremacist gangs in Mississippi, and Nolan's death may have been an initiation. But nevertheless, of its first...
And history tells us that you are right, Brother Richard Taylor. You are right about, you know, the racist antics in Mississippi. You are right about the racist lifestyle of Mississippi. You know, the government, the town, the state, everybody. You're right. You're right. This has always been Mississippi since the what, 1800s, 1700s? This has always been Mississippi. But Mississippi don't want you to know that. And Mississippi is mad because we are just coming in there and disturbing their peace. We're disturbing their little sundown towns. They're used to doing this type of stuff and getting away with it. And who are we? Who are Ben Crump to come in there and stick our little black, fat, wide-ass noses in their little long-nosed, thin-lip-ass business? Huh? Who are we? Who are we to bring our locks, huh? And our box braids and our plaits and our fades and our boosie fades, you know, and our afros up in they motherfucking mullet, ponytail ass business. Who are we to do that? You know what I'm saying? Who are we to do that? Oh yeah, they all the way offended, y'all. And we all the way turned up. We don't care. We don't give a damn. We ain't backing down and we ain't stopping now. We don't care. We don't give a damn. We ain't backing down and we ain't stopping now. You wanted to stop? Tell the truth about Nolan. You wanted to stop? Bring Carmelo home because that was self-defense. You wanted to stop? Learn to keep your hands to yourself. You wanted to stop? Tell the truth about history. You wanted to stop? Give us back our damn land. You wanted to stop? Give us back our damn resources. You wanted to stop? Let us get an anti-hate bill. Want to stop, pay them reparations and bring back segregation. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. I told y'all I'm going all the way in. I don't give a damn about YouTube shadow banning me. I don't care about that. You can put this on replay. I don't care about that. I'm going to get the work done. I'm going to get the message out. And this ain't for good white folks. I love the good white folks. So I'm not one of them black YouTubers going to sit on here and tell you all white people are bad. No, the white people are hell, but the white folks, they love and they diverse. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with them. I fucks with the good white folks. You know what I'm saying? I just don't fuck with white people. Like I don't fuck with black people. But I fuck with black folks. I fuck with white folks. Smell what I'm cooking? Smell what I'm cooking? So right now what I'm addressing are the evil, racist, white, the YT people, y'all. Not the YT folks, the YT people. And we shall not get the YT folks confused with the YT people because they don't deserve that. Just like the good black folks don't deserve to be stereotyped with the bad, thuggish, crazy, ignorant, unintelligent ass black people. Yeah. We ain't gonna stereotype them like that either. You know what I'm saying? So it's all love as long as you good folks. But if you them other folks, we on your head. We on your head. That's real talk. We on your head.
Defamation lawsuit. Now, the typical white supremacist things is to make themselves the victim. They are putting old clear-cut, clean, professional, innocent, might I add, Russell Latino, Bart and his family in harm's way. Now, what more harm can you be with someone, not Bart, leaves you on an island and you somehow end up dead? Let's continue. Bart received a credible death threat yesterday because of some of the made-up speculation on this and other sites. The FBI, state, and local law enforcement have been activated. Activated. What does that mean? Y'all putting more energy and time into Facebookers and TikTokers, those fake, not me, but those guys who are accusing Bart, than you are putting in the efforts to find out what really happened to Nolan. But also, you said it's a credible threat. Must not be too credible because our dear, lovely, innocent, might I add, Bart is still living. Let's continue. But I want to
say that again. Say that again. Can't be too credible of a threat because he is still breathing. I love it. Hey, Richard Taylor, you did that. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, man. You know, so he goes and he lawyers up, Bart lawyers up Russell Latino. Russell Latino. You know, is now Bart Edmonston's lawyer. Why would Bart need a lawyer? Bart wasn't even there, right? Huh? Why would Bart need a lawyer? Bart wasn't there, right?
to share a few things for people who think it's a game to invent lies that could get other people killed. Well, nobody's inventing a lie here, but what about Nolan and
What about spreading lies once someone has been unalived and you were one of the last people to see them and or be around them? What about that? Does that count? Does that count? Does that count at all? Are we operating from any type of moral compass here? Are we? Are we? Does that hold any relevance, any weight, any credibility, any merit when we're speaking in terms of justice? Ah, surely it doesn't.
Nolan Wells, who was killed. That's what we are talking about. So why don't you put some of this energy in finding out what happened to Nolan Russell? We have hired a private investigative firm to identify and track individuals in defamation against the Edmonstons. Okay, they're just basically saying.
So you're gonna comb the entire social media. Now you've activated the social media police so that you can shut down this perception of your son, but continue to put out lies about Nolan, because you too are going to say that, well, he was heavily intoxicated and he drowned. You're going to go with the narrative. The judge went with the narrative. The children are going with the narrative. Brandon Tatum is running with the narrative. But I haven't heard not one medical examiner run with that narrative yet. I have not heard neither medical examiner run with that narrative yet. Matter of fact, Dr. Mitchell, the medical examiner in Washington, D.C., came out and said that he can't quite rule out foul play. He said that he cannot quite rule out foul play, y'all. So it's funny that they want to push this narrative that he was intoxicated and he drowned. He was the only intoxicated person out there. All that underage drinking we saw everyone doing, holding cans and everything else. You mean to tell me he was the most plastered individual out there? You had people out there fighting, noses bloody and everything. We saw it. We saw the footage. We saw the footage. And you're telling me that he's the only one that was plastered, that drowned. And I don't know why y'all keep giving the perception of him drowning, because he was able to swim. And I guess that's why you're throwing in the alcohol, right? But in all of those videos, there were people around Nolan. So how was he too intoxicated? Why didn't someone help him? How did he drown if people were already around him, always around him? How does this work? You don't think that your lies are catching up with you? If suspicion was a crime, none of them would have made it off that island. You know, they would have all been in handcuffs. They would have all been in handcuffs. By the time they were docking those boats, they'd have been locking the cuffs if suspicion was a crime. But it's only a crime when it comes to black, you know? It's only a crime when it comes to black. Driving while black, walking while black, sneezing while black, breathing while black.
We don't want y'all to talk. Shut up and dribble, or shut up and punt like the all-American innocent Bart. That you are young, naive, or lack resources to pay a civil judgment will not deter us from filing a lawsuit against you. This is not about money for clients. They want to protect their family, and they want to curb people who lie recklessly. Okay, well, once again, I haven't really heard anybody lie. I heard a lot of people suspect, reasonable suspicion, as the police use, that some of these people on the boat and some of the people mentioned in the calls and in the interviews may know more.
I can't even lie. When that story broke about Bart and Katie, and everyone jumped on it and turned the heat up on it, it really got to Bart. And Bart didn't want anything to affect his career, his chances of being drafted into the NFL. He comes from a long line of punters in his family. His father, his grandfather, they were all Florida Gators? Florida Gators, Yeah. So he don't want to ruin his chances, all right? He wants to secure his part in the Edmiston legacy. He wants to secure him. But if you ask me, by him running and grabbing a lawyer 24 hours after that story breaks, it makes you look even more suspicious. It really makes you look like you have something to hide. It makes it look like we were hot on your heels and you couldn't stand the heat. So you went and got you some legal counsel to help you fan the flames. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it looks like to me.
Than what they are saying. But not me, though. I know Bart is innocent. If you make up something out of thin air or share something you...
Slim Jones McGeezy. What's good, brother? I thought you forgot about me. Where you been, my man? God, I thought you forgot about me. Wifey done had you on lockdown. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Tell wifey we said hello and salute from the channel.
don't know to be true, adding the word allegedly or saying people are reporting will not save you from a defamation lawsuit. Wait a minute, what do you mean? I can say, hey, he said Russell is fat. Does that mean I'm defaming you, Russell? No, that just means, hey, he said it. That is a true fact, right? Let's continue. We will address the falsehoods being presented methodically.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, Slim Jones. Hey, she doing what she's supposed to do. She doing her job. She doing what she's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at her. She doing what she's supposed to do.
But now it is not time for that. Now is the time to make very clear that we intend to be unrelenting against people who are lying online for clicks and like. Well, why not be unrelenting about, the situation behind Nolan Wells suspected?
Say that again. Say that again. Huh? Why aren't y'all this aggressive to get us some facts? Why aren't y'all this aggressive to show some damn transparency? Why ain't y'all this damn aggressive in getting some answers? Why ain't you this damn aggressive in coming forward? Why weren't you this damn aggressive in returning Nolan's cell phone, keys, car, any of that? Why? Why? Damn.
Murder. The Edmistons of the broader Ocean Springs community grieve for the loss of Nolan Wells. They want the truth and peace for Nolan's family. People make things up online that put others at risk or not honoring so now they want to play the moral honor code, right? But none of his friends know what happened to him and they left him on the beach, right? But that's honorable. They are not bringing us closer to the truth, but pulling us away. Well, just give us the truth. You guys know it down there in Ocean Springs. This will be a large, potentially nationwide tax. And if you're a lawyer who believes that the rule of law and the presumption of innocence and our very commitment to truth is in jeopardy, and I want you to do something about it, please reach out to me privately.
That sounds like some very YT supremacist shit to say, if you ask me. That sounds like some very YT supremacist shit to say, if you ask me. Y'all listen to how he wrapped this up, this attorney. Listen to the last couple of lines. That sounds like a YT supremacist dog whistle to me.
This will be a large, potentially nationwide tax. And if you're a lawyer not honoring so now they want to play the moral honor code, right? But none of his friends know what happened to him and they left him on the beach, right? But that's honorable. They are not bringing us closer to the truth, but pulling us away. Well, just give us the truth. You guys know it down there in Ocean Springs. This will be a large, potentially nationwide tax. And if you're a lawyer who believes that the rule of law and the presumption of innocence and our very commitment to truth is in jeopardy, and I want you to do something about it, please reach out to me privately. This is what the man said. Basically,
didn't that sound like
all of this adds up to?
Didn't that sound like a very YT supremacist thing to say? Was it just me or did that reek of Klansman talk, y'all? Was it just me or did that reek of that Ocean Spring cult Klansman talk? Can't be just me. Huh? I ain't Nolan Wells, man. I know I'm not gonna be out there on that island by myself. I know it can't be just me.
Shut up or we're going to sue you with our high power team and with the help of the police. Don't be talking about our sweet All-American innocent, might I add, here at Taylor House Publishing, Bart. Don't be talking about him because, he was in a vicinity where, someone may have lost their life under nefarious conditions, but not Bart. He didn't do anything. So just let me make that clear. All right? And also, right, in addition to this lawyer's soliloquy, they say Bart's mother even chimed in. Let's take a listen to what she has to say.
Privately. Now, before Latino would release his statement, Bart's own mother on Tuesday would break her own silence after her son was accused of wrongdoings related to the case of Nola Wells.
That don't change the fact it still gave birth to a potential monster. And we know that that monster lies within you somewhere too. You are the father. You are the father. And we know that the father could probably be his uncle too. We know how y'all get down. We know how y'all get down. So I don't find anything that she says to be credible. I don't find anything that she says to be credible.
If you can hear people talking but can't understand them, watch this.
Best way to hear clearly again at 75. 5,000.
Nolan's mom have been speaking up for the longest. They don't give a damn.
While responding to a user on Facebook, she would clarify.
If y'all don't care about what Miss Christina Wansley has to say about the loss of her child and want answers, why do we give a damn what Bart Edmiston's mom has to say? You gave birth to a potential monster. You gave birth to a potential liar. He knows the truth. He saw something. He saw something. Damn it, if you can sue me for saying he saw something and he knows something because he was there, he was interacting with them. When they were having problems with that boat, we heard we heard Bart's name. We heard Bart's name. So we're supposed to shut up and act like we didn't hear Bart's name because you're going to sue us for dirty socks and drawers. Hey, go ahead and waste a tree. Go ahead and waste a tree. Go ahead, waste a tree.
A previous comment that Bart looks to have made about the last time he was in a certain part of Mississippi, causing some to accuse him of lying. His mother would want to say, "You are steering the pot by reposting things that are not factual, and you have manipulated words." He said he has not been in past Christian Mississippi in a year.
Who manipulates words more than they do? Who manipulates words more than they do? There's no such thing as a slave anymore in the history books. It's called migrant workers. It's called migrant workers. Who twists words more than they do? Nolan was drunk and he drowned. Who moves the goalposts more than they do? We're African American. We're indigenous and we're tribal people and we have an Indian heritage and we know about the reclassifications. We know about all your racist antics. We know about the Eraser Act. Who twists words more than they? I told y'all, these are perpetual antagonists and perpetual victims. Perpetual antagonists turn perpetual victims. Yes, the red man came from Siberia. They sure did. They sure did. We're the indigenous. They know it. They know who we are. They know about the 5 civilized tribes that was here predating colonial times. They know. They got record of. They know about the quantum blood on those census. They know. They know.
Which is where that picture was taken. He was clarifying that he was not present there. He never said he was not in Mississippi. I have a screenshot of it if you need me to send that to you. He is playing football out of state and was only home, Ocean Springs, for a few days in July and was on the boat that towed the boat that Nolan declined going on.
Which means that at some point he was on Horn Island even before boat problems and he had some type of affiliation with Nolan and or Nolan's crew, especially Warren and or Wyatt. That's what that means. Sue me. But that's what the hell that means. Sue me for having common sense. Sue me because I have a high IQ, you low IQ ass, Neanderthal ass attorneys that's covering up for these damn antagonists. These damn deletion artists.
Because he wanted to stay behind. The audio.
See how she conveniently spreads the narrative? You know, she made it a point to say that Nolan declined going on because he wanted to stay beside. How do we know that? You may be defaming Nolan's character.
And who's suing her? Who's suing her? Huh? Who went out and lawyered up to stop her from defaming Nolan's character? You could be telling a lie right now, talking about he opted to stay on the island. You weren't there. You don't know. You don't know, you damn snow roach. But you're speaking like you know. You're speaking like you know. So what is the difference here in this situation? Because the only difference I'm seeing and hearing is privilege and entitlement. That's all. That's it. That's it. They can do it, but we can't do it. Huh? That's all I'm seeing and hearing and getting out of this. And I'm trying to see through. I'm trying to see clearly. I'm trying to see the bigger picture. Huh? I took the blinders off a long time ago. That's why I'm sitting here calling out racism. I took the blinders off a long time ago. That's why Sheena baby boy sitting here calling out racism.
Because we don't know what he did. Only thing nobody knows. Dead man tell no tale. So we don't know what he did. But you don't know that either. So stop defaming Nolan. But your son Bart is innocent, and you are too. Let's continue.
That you were referring to is not as you guys see. They were panicking and creating a plan to get the boat saved from sinking. The newest news has been reported that Nolan was seen on the island after the two boats left. And there are pictures from my son's boat of the boat about to be towed. And clearly Nolan is not on the boat. So for all of you internet investigators, your plot to accuse my child of something is not warranted. And it will come out sooner than later.
If you cancel the CETO, and CETO said you canceled because you had other help, and you're on a phone call saying that you didn't want the Coast Guard, then that gives you ample time to hide Nolan's body and take those pictures after Nolan's body was hidden and it was safe to take the pictures of your son playing a hero to make him look good for the draft, towing his boat in and coming at his friend's aid. Oh yeah, we know. We would have heard this at his combine. We would have heard this. We would have heard this. But y'all failed to include this in Carmelo's trial. Didn't Carmelo save a life? Huh? But y'all was too key on making Carmelo look like he was a deletion artist. We've seen these tactics before. That's why they don't like me on this internet. That's why I stay shadow banned. Because I don't know how not to tell the truth. I don't know how not to call a spade a spade. I don't know how not to back down. We saw this. We've seen them do it many a times. Many a times. You had ample time when you canceled that CETO, when you canceled the Coast Guard coming out to hide Nolan's body, hook that boat up and take pictures like your son was just a hometown hero. And you're protecting him like he's a hometown hero because he's going to put Ocean Springs on the map. Huh? The same way his dad did and the same way his grandfather did, right? Just a long line of punters, right? A long line of kickers while y'all sit there and kick the bullshit to us, right?
That he did not harm Nolan. And believe me, those who slander his name without warranted will be held accountable for their words.
Basically, they're threatening people who have suspicion about what happened to Nolan Wells. This is white supremacy at work, right? They can throw rocks and hide their hand, and when we say, hey, you hit me with a rock, oh, stop talking about me. I'm going to get my lawyers.
No, they'll say, stop playing victim, perpetual victim mentality. And then they'll say, stop blaming me, I'm going to get my lawyers.
But not Bart and Miss Edmondson. No, not those good. These are some good white people. All right? Y'all are the best white people this side of the Mason-Dixon line. But those other...
The best the devil had to offer. Huh? The best Europe had to send. That's what they are. Huh? The best legion of demons that Satan had to offer. Huh? You know, Europe didn't send us their best. Europe sent us liars and rapists and unalivers and, you know, y'all know. They didn't send us their best. They didn't send us their best.
White people who possibly killed a black boy on the ocean. Now they are out of line. But here we see, man, this is amazing. You know, a young black boy goes out with his friends and nobody has answers, and the whole entire world are digging for answers and speaking possible facts about what may have happened. And now the whole internet investigation, FBI, CIA, DEA, Homeland Security, ICE is going to be searching for internet people who have possibly defamed innocent Bart, might I add. Man, this is racism right here. This is racism. Not Bart and Miss Edmondson, though. Just the whole entire world is filled with racism. Nevertheless, man, y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comments.
Okay, now we get into the bread and butter. We get into the bread and butter of this live stream. We are now moving towards that Nancy Grace interview with Officer Brandon Tatum.
Get on the boat he came on.
And this is going to be good. Because we know that the ex-officer,
Tools from Harbor Freight.
Race Batum Tatum, has been interviewing at least 4 of those guys. 4 of those boys. So this ought to be good. And we know that Nancy Grace has been pressing. So let's see what we get.
In the last 24 hours, Nolan Wells' family hits social media giants, subpoenaing Nolan's accounts. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
He was face down on the beach right at the water's edge.
If he was set face down, that also doesn't make sense to me. If he's face down, wouldn't blood pool just by nature of gravity this way?
So right now we've got a lot of questions, but as the second doctor says, this is all still pending investigation.
If this were your child, wouldn't you want to know what happened?
The mom asked for Nolan's phone.
Right.
Was there a struggle over it, or did you guys hand it over?
I mean, just handed it over. I mean, we didn't think anything of it. Like, you know, she asked for Nolan's phone. We knew they were close friends with, you know, the Wells family, and my buddy went out to his truck and handed the phone over. No complications, no issue, you know, nothing. But I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone, and
This is confusing too. Is Nolan actually Elmore's son? How is Elmore last name Wansley? Christina is married to Elmore, and her last name is Wansley. But Nolan's last name is Wells. I've been contemplating that too, y'all. I've been contemplating that too. Is Elmore a stepfather? If so, where is Nolan's biological father? I mean, how are the names different? How are the names different? Evidently, Nolan's last name does not match Elmore's last name. That's the stepdad. So where's the biological father? Is he deceased? I haven't heard him whisper a peep.
and left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once. Like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and like, you know, talked briefly about a couple things, but I never. I told her on the phone before I called the Coast Guard that we had Nolan's phone. before I called Miss Christine, none of us had a reason to go through Nolan's phone. I mean, there's multiple phones on the boat. Why would it be? And the boat was having issues. Why would our concern be getting on Nolan's phone or something? I mean, I don't even know Nolan's password. None of my friends do. We had no reason ever to get on Nolan's phone and look at anything. I didn't touch Nolan's phone. None of us touched Nolan's phone until somebody took it off the boat and put it in White's truck, and then no one touched it until we handed it back, to the mom that was at my buddy's house.
That is from the Officer Tatum show. He has interviewed several of the young men that were on the boat when Nolan Wells was taken to Horn Island. They say he was not on the boat on the return trip, although audio seems to...
So those are Nolan's biological parents? Someone in the comments just said parents weren't married until after Nolan was born, so he got her maiden name. Hey, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've been trying to figure this out for the longest.
Suggest otherwise. Listen to the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources call.
How many products get from factories to your front door? That's supply chain. Start your career in this fast-growing...
Oh, that's not his biological father. Well, which one is it? Which one is it here? Which one is it here? Which one is it? Either he's got his mom's maiden name, or that's not the biological father.
Tito Assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
Hello? Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're.
The only reason that don't make any sense to me, Milo and Nala, is because whether me and the mom is married or not, I'm the man that child is gonna have my last name. So I'm almost opting to believe that he is not the biological father. Because married and or not, if they're still together and that's his biological child, Christina looks pretty ethical to me. I think she still would have gave Nolan the father's last name. I think he still would have gave. I think he still would have gave Nolan the father's last name. So I don't think that Elmore is the real father.
Going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you come in, if you're just not joining live, please hit that like button. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
All right, unless you have a membership number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
Particular phrases in that call, it's to be believed, Nolan don't die. Sure, he's dead. Is he dead? Nolan, OMG. Wake the F up. It goes on. I thought he was on the check his chest. That, if it's to be believed, suggests that Nolan was on that boat. Tatum says the witnesses are clear. He was not on the boat. Tonight, we learned in the last 24 hours, the Nolan Wells family hits social media giants with subpoenas for all information related to Nolan's phone. First, straight out to Dave Mack Crime Stories investigative reporter. Then we will be joined by Brandon Tatum. Dave Mack, what's happening?
Right now, Nancy, the family of Nolan Wells has announced that they are going after, they have subpoenaed documents for Nolan Wells' phone. They've gone to the media giants like, TikTok, Instagram, the Meta companies, everybody that Nolan Wells used to push out videos of what he was doing.
Damn it, Bart, when I hear it, makes me think that Bart delivered the fatal, I can't say too much, but I just get the idea of someone strangling or choking or holding someone down to drown. That's what I get when I hear "damn it, Bart." Like Bart had just done something. What, we don't know. But like Bart had just done something very bad or over the top, That's what I get from it.
And pictures, and they believe that some material was deleted from Nolan's phone, and this is what they're trying to prove with these subpoenas, to get all of the information, as well as, by the way, the location tracking app Life 360. So you got Snapchat, WhatsApp, TikTok, Meta platforms, and Life 360. All of this, the court documents already filed, Nancy.
Nolan Wells' family slapped subpoenas on multiple social media giants seeking his account information and data. This into the investigation of the teen college football player's mysterious death. They were issued in the last 24 hours, including Snapchat, WhatsApp, TikTok, Meta platforms, Life 360, and these are according to court documents demanding the companies turn over all materials info related to Nolan's accounts. This includes current and prior usernames, passwords, email addresses, phone numbers, even displayed names. They want IP addresses associated with every account.
I ain't gonna lie. Every time I see videos of this guy, he's dancing. He was a happy kid. I just wish he was around his own people more. He'd probably still be here. I wish he was just around his own people more, and he'd probably still be here. You should have hung around Tyrone rather than hang around Bart, And no one's bringing up the fact that they yelled for a Will in that video. Will. Who's Will? Who's Will? Go back and listen to that audio again. You will hear them yell Will's name about 4 times in a row. Will. Who's Will? Where is Will?
Count all communications, chats, posts, stories, and
if I was Bart, I'd be like, hold on, this ain't fair. If y'all listen to that damn audio, they call Will name too. Y'all just focus on damn it Bart. They didn't just say Bart, they said Will too. If I was Bart, I'd be like, hold up now, god damn it, they said Will name too.
info. His cell phone has become a critical issue in the probe into Nolan's death. What happened to Nolan? Now his mother, Christine, says when her son's phone was brought to the family, they had concerns because there were no pictures or videos on either of his Snapchat accounts, triggering their fear items may have been deleted. That's what's happening. There's been a lot of controversy. Were photos, were texts deleted? Were snaps deleted? We've been trying to figure it out, but we're seeing...
Y'all, they're even threatening Nancy Grace. They're like, hey, you off cold. You off cold. What the f*** are you doing? They even threatening Nancy Grace. Huh? They even threatening Nancy Grace, y'all.
Through a mirror darkly, we don't know. But according to experts, a trail will be left if anything has been deleted, even if you delete it from the deleted file. Now, joining us, special guest, Brandon Tatum. You know him well. He's a former police officer with Tucson PD. That's what impresses me. What impresses a lot of other people is he is the star of The Officer Tatum.
Yep. It's called a home equity agreement, and I got $143,000 for my home equity without monthly.
Y'all hang in there. It's about to be good.
Ever heard of a home equity?
Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us tonight. Question to you.
Here's Captain Saving Neanderthal. Here's Captain Saving Neanderthal.
Viewed, as we played at the get-go, several of Nolan's friends. Did they show you photos, videos, snaps of that day on Horn Island?
Well, Nancy, thank you so much for having me on. I spoke to 4 of the boys that are originally accused of being involved in Nolan Wells' death. And they did show me a lot of evidence. I want people to be very clear with this. I spent my career putting people in jail. My career is based on getting justice for people who have been done wrong. I've never been a defense attorney. So me going out and doing this was to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And in talking to these young men, the burden of proof is they're going to have to prove to me. I'm not going to listen to what they say out of their mouth. They're going to show me. And in many cases, they showed me videos of Nolan on the island. They showed me videos of the boat when they were getting towed out, which is consistent with, kind of similar to what the phone call was. I mean, they showed me pictures of them with Nolan. They showed me phone records of them calling Nolan's mom and all of the above. So they seem very consistent. They seem very genuine. And they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during.
Watch the extent of what he goes through, okay, to advocate for Warren and the crew, to advocate for the group of people on Ocean Springs who we suspect had something to do with Nolan's disappearance. Watch how he advocates for them. Watch this.
The outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water, and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection. Objection.
Get him, Nancy. Get him, Nancy. She's going to press him. She's going to press him. I hope she embarrasses the hell out of him. I hope that she... Listen, I hope that those subpoenaing all of these interviews and videos and stuff like this, I hope that Nancy Grace reveals something here with Officer Tatum that Ben Crump office can use too. I hope that they have named Brandon Tatum, his unedited interviews with the boys. They're going after that as well. The unedited versions of the interviews with the 4 boys that he's interviewed. They're demanding that as well.
You've been in court long enough to know you're gonna get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call potentially, but you wasn't gonna upload data to a social media account. Now, could people take the steps to do it if they're dedicated enough? Yes, but it doesn't appear that would have been a frequent thing, given the fact that you probably had 1 or 2 bars out there. And I heard evidence of that. Not only did I see,
I know some of those people uploaded some of that footage while they were out there. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were still able to upload some of those videos. May not be able to upload long videos, but little short little videos. I've been doing content creation a long time, you know, and phones come with hotspots and everything. When there's a will, there's a way. When there's a will, there is a way. So I'm not buying that.
Evidence of it when I went out there myself personally with my cell phone. When I listened to the CETO call, you could tell that the call dropped out several times. It seemed like they were having trouble at times hearing each other. So it is consistent. And anybody that travel out there that have gone to the 4th of July celebration, they know that the reception is not very great. So the videos that they showed me in call logs were things that were not associated to social media, that they never posted on social media. It was, pictures and videos that they took on their phone.
Okay. Let me refine my question. I take it from your last answer.
But the question would be is when did they upload it to TikTok? We might have saw it on TikTok, but what they're arguing is they couldn't have uploaded it. The reception was so bad on the island that there was no way. You can video, yes, but you couldn't upload it because the reception was bad. So Brandon Tatum's argument is they had to wait until they got back to mainland when they had better reception to upload the videos. But I believe that some of those videos was uploaded right there on the island in real time. I've just been doing this too long.
That the answer is yes, you had reception on Horn Island.
Yes, I did have reception on Horn Island.
We just played that CETO call. It's 2 words, SEATOW, and it's kind of insurance that people have that are boat goers. And if you have a problem, CETO will come and tow you back to the mainland. They said they had a problem. They said they were taking on water. One of your takes is that all the chatter that we're hearing, wake up Nolan, are you dead, Nolan, wake the F up, Nolan, could be referring to the battery, the bilge on the boat, that it's all unclear. Regarding the boat being disabled, apparently it was not.
Don't buy that camera that's going viral to keep burglars away. Do this instead. For only $22 a month, I got a premium home security system. All I did was answer some basic questions on this website. I got it all set up and
listen.
So first, at 9:56 a.m., the boat leaves the original dock. It arrives at Horn Island at 11:14. So at around 4 o'clock, there is a call to the Coast Guard about the boat. NBC News got a hold of it.
We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board. So does that mean Nolan is on there? Who was on?
And everyone's forgetting what prompted that dispatcher to ask that in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, she heard what was going on in the background. Just as we're hearing it, she heard it too firsthand, which prompted her to ask, is everyone in good health? You know, we're overlooking that. Why isn't anyone interviewing this dispatcher? Or is she going to be subpoenaed?
That boat. At 4:31, the boat leaves Horn Island and it is towed approximately 3 miles. And then the tow ends. So after 3 miles, they go back.
Okay, so now we know that Bart towed them for 3 miles because the mother came out and said that they took pictures or something. She could prove Nolan wasn't on the boat from the pictures that they took when Bart towed the boat. So we know that it was Bart that towed them 3 miles. But Bart wasn't there though. Bart attorney wants to sue in everybody. Bart wasn't there though. We didn't even hear Bart's name. We just think we did. We just think we did. Bart wasn't there though.
To the original dock, okay? They arrive at 5:44 p.m. So it looks like this is where Horn Island is, and this is where the original dock is that I am referring to. I looked it up, and El Camino Real Road is in Gulf Hills, Mississippi, which is right above Ocean Springs. So I'm wondering if this is the house where they got the phone. Now, the boat travels to Fort Bayou. At 6:06, the boat returns to the original dock. Then, from the original dock, the boat goes back to Fort Bayou, and then they go to the boat launch, and it is put onto the trailer and moved by the vehicle. Did they drop people off at the original dock, travel to Fort Bayou, pick somebody up, and go back to that original dock? And then, from there, why was there an hour and 13-minute time gap?
Especially if the boat was said to be taking on water. So now everything's working great. Now all of a sudden, thank you, Jesus, everything is working great since Bart told us 3 miles. You would have thought they would have been in a hurry to lift the boat out of the water, make sure everyone was safe, and get to working on whatever the problem was with the boat, as well as contacting the parents and loved ones of Nolan Wells. That's what I would have thought. But hey, who am I, you know? Who am I? I'm not gonna spend an extra hour and 13 minutes plus on a damn boat that I just called in and said was sinking. Not gonna do that. And truth is, from the coordinates that they gave, you actually heard a dispatcher say, did you guys run aground? Because the coordinates that they gave that trace back to Horn Island puts them far on the land. Puts them on the land, which is why she asked, did you guys run aground? So I'm with Tisa Tells. I think maybe they text someone and ask, hey, if you're on the island, give me your location, your GPS. And they use those coordinates to relay to the CETO dispatcher. And you can tell because she asked, did you run aground? Because that put them right directly up on the land of Horn Island. And they didn't think that through. It didn't put them on the coast in the water surrounding Horn Island. It put them on land. But you're saying your boat is sinking, taking on water. But the coordinates you gave, the longitude and latitude, it puts you on land.
This boat was sinking hours before, and then they're just having it docked for an hour and 13 minutes. You would think they'd want to get that boat out of the water ASAP.
That from the real TikTok detective, the boat wasn't sinking. They told CETO it was sinking. What's the truth? Was it sinking and they repaired it? Did they have a leak and they repaired it and kept on SOP? Brandon Tatum joining us, former cop, now star of the Officer Tatum. Did the young man explain those travels we just identified?
Yeah, 100% they did that. I wish that people on the internet would have had an opportunity, and they can go look at the interview that I did with Warren, but they had an opportunity to actually talk to these young men to get this in perspective. Because some people have no idea how boats function and how they work. They explained to me, they took me on a boat and showed me exactly where they went, where they docked, where did they, stop at, how did they get the
Cherry Shortcake, what's good, what's good?
The bilge pump and the water out of the boat and all of the above. So they were sinking, they were taking on water. The water came up high enough that the batteries weren't working. They had to get a tow to kind of tow them out. When you can see the young lady saying about 3 miles out. It's a complicated boat's jargon, but they ended up getting the boat out. They ended up getting to the point where they could run the water out of the boat through a hole in the boat that they ended up plugging. They explained all this. Anybody that does boating know exactly what they're talking about if you hear them explain it on the interview. So they have an explanation for all of these things. And not only that, Nancy, they showed me video of them on the boat, and Nolan was not on the boat. Nolan was not on the boat log, and there are people who suffer.
What was that time frame? What was that time stamp? What was that timestamp? What was that timestamp? Why didn't he ask them that? I don't know if Nancy's gonna ask, but why didn't he ask them, what is the timestamp of you showing me right here, that Nolan's not on this boat? What is the timestamp? Because that means that Bart had already told you out 3 miles to sea. That means that you had already canceled the sea tow call. That means you had already canceled and told them that you did not want the Coast Guard. And that also allotted you enough time to hide Nolan's body or pass it off to someone. Other boats came to assist. Where's the GPS from those other boats? Who were the captains? Who were piloting those other boats? Did they go to Fort Bayou? Were they running back and forth to Horn Island? There are so many questions here that no one seems to be answering.
Nolan on the island closer to around 6 p.m., which is far after they left, far after this phone call was made. I saw text messages from the young lady that Nolan was with, the young lady named Katie. I saw her text messages. In her text messages, she said that she heard the boys yelling for Nolan to get on the boat. He did not. She said in her text message that she did not see Nolan get on the boat he came on, which was Wyatt's boat, which is the boat that was sinking and they ended up leaving on. So it wasn't just a statement that they made on a podcast. They were actually showing me evidence to the contrary of what the mainstream YouTubers and some media outlets are putting out to people at large. And so I wish that people would go watch the interview or at least take some time to listen to these boys' statement. And I'll say this, Nancy, too. I wish that the family would have taken the time, or at least Benjamin Crump would have taken the time to reach out to the lawyers or reach out to these young boys to get their statements, so they're not wasting their time sending everybody on a rabbit trail when they could have just talked to these boys. And they could have, but they refused. Because I saw a message from Warren where he called Nolan's mom.
They could have, but they refused. And these guys deactivated their accounts and lawyered up the minute they got back. So when did they have an opportunity to talk to these boys? Y'all, I know hate is a strong word. I'm aware of that. But I really hate Officer Tatum. I really hate this guy. I don't even want to call him an officer. You know what I'm saying? Race Batum Tatum. Race Batum Tatum is the name that's circulating. Jacqueline, what's good, Jackie? And we got Cherry Shortcakes, and we got, you know what I'm saying? We got Jake from State Farm back in the house. Yeah. We got Brother Slim Jones McGeezer.
Nice. I've seen messages from Warren's stepmother, Ashley, where she sent Nolan's mom a text saying, please reach out to me whenever you're ready. I would like to talk. Other parents I saw messages from who reached out to Nolan's mom saying, we need to talk. Can we talk? I'm available if you need to talk to us. I do not understand at this point why Benjamin Crump would go out and put misinformation out online when he had the availability to talk to these kids and clear these things up like I did before he presented this to the public. We also reached out to Benjamin Crump 4 times. And on the 5th time, they come back and tell us.
Benjamin Crump is experienced. He's been doing this for years. Benjamin Crump was doing this when dinosaurs was roaming around here. You know what I mean? He was doing this when white people were still crawling up the Caucasus Mountains going into caves. You know what I mean? That's how long Ben Crump is doing this. Saying that to say this. This man is experienced. He knew he was going to get lies. He knew that y'all are going to change the narrative. You're already putting that out, on mainstream media. And on social media, you was already, moving the goalposts of this thing. So why would he waste his time coming to talk to you? And all he was going to get was frivolous lies. Oh, Lord, we got Jackie and Shortcake in here again, y'all. Oh, Lord, that is a dynamic duo right there. When those two ladies get together, they had my stomach hurting last night. My eyes was burning I was crying and laughing in here. Those two ladies right there were the MVPs of last night's live stream. Y'all have to go back and look at the live stream about the chicken, about the Popeyes chicken, to understand where I'm coming from. Oh, those ladies got it in. They represented. Oh, man. They laughed me to sleep last night. That was epic. Those ladies laughed me to sleep last night. Oh, my God. It's dangerous when they get together. But, yeah, that was a lit live, man. That was lit. Salute to the ladies, man. Hey, that live stream was lit, man. Let's go, y'all. I need y'all to tap the screen. I need y'all to hit the like button. You know what I mean? But let's see if we can get some more people in here.
That the family is not doing interviews.
They stroking and choking chickens
we
in
asked
here.
to talk to the attorney, Benjamin Crump. Why? So we can come together as a community and solve what happened to Nolan Wells, not create and stoke division, which is what I've seen
Mr.
from
Tatum,
Benjamin
that
Crump.
is exactly what we're trying to do. And I hear everything you're saying, and you know, I think like a prosecutor, my main goal is to find the truth of what happened to Nolan Wells. And one thing I cannot get away from is the medical examiner. I'm trying to get to tonight's news, which I'm going to get to, but, oh, you were seeing video from WLOX. Speaking of sinking, is at an alleged issue with the boat bilge. Well,
I want y'all
Randy
to see this.
and Bunny on TikTok have their interpretation of that. Watch this.
Cecil Assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Bourne, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course.
Hold on, let me back this up. Let me back this up.
Can you give me a description?
Is at an alleged issue with the boat bilge. Well, Randy and Bunny on TikTok have their interpretation of that. Watch this.
Cecil Assistant, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Bourne, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
That from Randy and Bunny on TikTok. Joe Scott Morgan, very quickly before I can get into why the
That's
family believes they need subpoenas to social media giants to get the truth about what happened to Nolan's phone. Anybody can say anything after the fact. Those boys may be innocent. They can look like choir boys, angels now, but I still don't know what happened on that boat, and I still see conflicts. Can they be reconciled? I hope so. But until they are, we're on it. This is what I can't get away from. Control room, please show Joseph Scott Morgan the autopsy diagram of the victim's occipital bone. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. I do not care if an archangel lands on this anchor desk. If he lies to me, I'm using handcuffs for his wrists and a rope for his wings. You hear me?
I'll
Look
show
at
you
that
that.
again. Put it back up.
And this is what she's talking about. That red area. If someone was holding him down, drowning him, it would still show the same. I don't think y'all can see that. It would still show the same. Or if someone had hit him, it would show the same. The fact that they kept his throat and his neck, you know, that's suspicious. That's very suspicious, ladies and gentlemen. Very suspicious.
He has deep reddening subcutaneously on the back of his head. Nowhere else.
CC
It's on his
Motions,
neck.
what's good?
The back of his neck anyway. Don't see it on the back. Don't see it anywhere else on the body. So I really don't want to hear a lame explanation that it's It's fluidity of the blood sinking to the back of the body. Number one, the body was on its face. But that said, they kept the neck and the lungs. Lungs to see if he drowned, neck. Why would they keep his neck? I can't get away from this, Joe Skymore.
And you know, it's not hard to tell when someone drowned, you know, looking at lungs and things like that. It's not hard. It doesn't take this long. So I know that it's something more. They know that we know it's something more. But they're trying to play us for low IQs. You know, they're trying to play us for low IQs. You know, they definitely know that he didn't drown. They definitely know that he didn't drown. But you still have some YT racists running around here saying, hey, he was intoxicated and he drowned, end of discussion, like they were there. But if you was to tell them, well, Austin should have kept his hands to himself, then they'd be arguing for Austin, knowing that Austin should have kept his hands to himself. You know, so you're never going to get truth and accountability out of these people. You're never going to get transparency out of these people. And they're always going to play perpetual victims. All right? They always try and sweep these stories under the rug, and they wonder why we're split. Yeah, that's why. That's why we're a split nation. But if you ask me, we need to go ahead and make a formal split. Go ahead and bring back segregation. Bring it back. You don't have to reenact Jim Crow laws and all of that to bring back segregation. Hell, they're already building all-white communities in Arizona and Missouri, you know, so why not just bring back segregation? It's always a doggone jar of mayonnaise that'll walk in here and be like, who are these people? You know exactly who the hell these people are. You people, if you have to ask. Because our people don't have last names like yours. If you want smoke, I can give you fire. You guys do the same thing on your shows. These people, these people, these people. These people, these people, these people. Y'all do the same thing. Shut the hell up. If you don't like it, find another channel. You want peace and love, take your ass back to Europe. And then at least we can have peace and love. But as long as people like you are here, not saying the good folks, people like you, because you came in with that energy. Ooh, who's these people? So you wanted some smoke. Let me make sure we give you some smoke. You know what I'm saying? Smoked pork is all right with everybody in here, I'm sure, unless they got high blood pressure or something. I don't eat meat, but we could pass out some smoked pork. So let me put some smoke on this for you. You know what I mean? There will never, ever, ever be any unification in this country with you devils. Not saying the good white folks, you white devils. Like yourself. First thing you want to come in and do was what? And now you want to look all patriotic. You're a snake, you're a hypocrite, you're a walking, breathing contradiction of a human being. But you came in here being racist. You came in here being racist. Who are these people? You came in here being racist. Because you knew exactly who these people were. Yeah, you're very sad.
And I don't care how angelic the friends appear, and they may be angels. I don't know that yet. You can't get away from this, Morgan.
No, you can't, and we can't get away from it until the investigation is concluded on the part of the state medical examiner's office and the authorities. And in Mississippi, and I can promise you this, you know, as the day is long, they're not going to release this information.
All right, Cherry Shortcake say that's right. They can give us our own land back and build a wall to separate so no one can cross, and they can keep their clan members on their side and they racist laws themselves and harass each other. Exactly. 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 this food. We need more love and less division. We'll take y'all ass back to Europe so we can have black love and no division. You know what I mean? That's not communism. That's segregation. Communism is when everybody's got to have the same thing. You're only allowed to have 2 children. You're only allowed to have 1 car. You know, that's communism. Segregation is different. Segregation right now can preserve urban life. And then we don't have to worry about going through things like what we're going through with Nolan Wells. Because as long as our kids don't cross that wall to go on y'all side, we don't have this to worry about because we don't do this. We don't do this. We don't have to worry about hearing any more stories of people being found hanging, you know, because we don't do that. Our black dollar could circulate in our neighborhood just as much as your black dollar reciprocates in your neighborhood. And that works. That works. We can open up black schools, black supermarkets, tell the truth to our children while they're in these learning institutions rather than indoctrinate children through the confines of white supremacy. Segregation works. I'm for it. I am for it. And I will not change my stance. I am for segregation. They project when they want to create confusion. They know who caused all evil deeds. Exactly. 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 Rusty, there's this thing called Super Chat, and it's in here. It says all questions or comments that you want to address, send by Super Chat. You're not a moderator. I've gave you a couple freebies. So if you got something you want to address, send a Super Chat. Can I cross the border for my... I'm not getting into that with you, Jake. Watch the ethnic rainbow community thrive. We will be a rich, wealthy life. All our people, because we don't destroy things. We don't destroy things. These clan members do, and we won't have no deaths except from natural causes. Now, I'm not going to say we don't act stupid and do things to each other, but we be able to police our communities a lot better. You know what I mean? We won't be putting our own people over and unaliving them on the side of the road or unaliving them for a tail light or, you know, a pot of boiling hot water or some dumb shit. You know what I mean? It won't be that. It's the same thing with Jaylen Brown. The media and the league hates him. Why? Can't have a brother thinking for him and say, yeah, because he's smart as hell. Because he's smart as hell. That's why they hate him. He's smart as hell. He's smart. I'm for segregation all day. I will not change my stance. I am for segregation.
Because it's an ongoing investigation. I know everybody wants it. Now, what we do have is a second view. We've got a second set of eyes on this from a highly accomplished forensic pathologist, I might add, former chief medical examiner for DC. And he went over Nolan's body very, very thoroughly. And he in his statements relative to this area states that he cannot make heads or tails of it at this point in time because it's compromised, this area I'm referring to in the...
He said he cannot rule out foul play. That says enough. That says enough. He said he cannot rule out foul play. That says it all. That says it. When you can't rule out foul play, that means that there could be a hint of foul play involved. So no one's innocent. And I don't want to hear innocent to proven guilty, because when you're black, you're guilty and hardly ever proven innocent. It's about taking a plea bargain. You know, the same thing all you YTs are saying Carmelo did. And the reason Carmelo didn't take those plea bargains is because he was not guilty of an M1. That was self-defense. That was self-defense. Period. But you'll see. Same thing, make you laugh, make you cry.
Occipital area of the head, because it has been compromised through decomposition. Now, he did a multi-layered dissection. And what that means is layer by layer, the skin, sub-Q fat, down through the muscle, which had not previously been done in this manner, according to him. I don't even know if it's annotated in the state medical examiner's report because it hasn't been released yet. They're still waiting. It's pending multiple things. How many times have we heard this over the years? They're doing their own histological studies, which means the tissue samples. And also the big part to this, Nancy, is going to be the toxicology. And we know that that takes some time. And it's not just going to be about alcohol. It's going to be everything in the spectrum.
We're finally getting our solar panels removed because they never did what was promised.
We are. Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. If you are a homeowner, you probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this debt? But you don't because of your low mortgage rate. That low rate, it's not saving you. If you're Officer Tatum on YouTube, have the friends taking polygraphs.
What are we learning about Malcolm X?
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And so,
y'all listen to this particular part. Listen to what she asked him, and listen to his response. Listen to what she asked him about a polygraph test for the boys, and listen to his response.
Hashtag www.americanfinancing.net/Nancy. Average savings are based on borrowers who save over $199.99. And good luck. Back to Officer Tatum, star of The Officer Tatum on YouTube. Have the friends taking polygraph.
Look, y'all, we got both of our tribe trolls in here together. We got Jake from State Farm and DA. And Dubious was just here yesterday. Oh, this is feeling like a home welcoming or something, a home warming. Oh, I appreciate the trolls. Salute the DA, salute the Jake, salute the Dubious. Y'all are the best trolls out of all the trolls on the internet. Y'all the best trolls. Darn it, I'll put my 3 trolls up against any troll on any platform any day. And I know my troll's gonna be successful. I like my 3 trolls, y'all. I like my 3 trolls.
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me that they all passed. And all of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And so, and they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph test.
Why do you say that's
but
from what
one,
you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
They told yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there, so that's what I'm saying. From my understanding, they told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lot to take the test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lot to take the test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lot to take the test. It's not a traditional lot to take test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lot to take the test. It's a different methodology. Yeah, I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if
so
the people
then
were
the
telling the
answer
truth or
to
not.
did they take a polygraph would be no.
Well, yeah, I think it could be semantics.
You was an officer, remember what you stuttering for? Huh? Nancy on your ass. Huh? You damn grifter. You damn Dalmatian. You damn double stuffed Oreo. You confused, frustrated, forgot you was black even when you looked in the mirror and seen your black ass. Listen, man, listen, you need to do some damn push-ups is what you need to do. Huh? You need to do some damn push-ups. Chest sagging like you got some saggy titties, boy. Chest sagging like you need some double D's, like you need some bigger cups or something. You need to turn in your wife beater and get you some bras. You know what I'm saying? Get you some breast lifters, some boulder holders. I'm talking to the race bait on Tatum, y'all. I don't like this guy. I like the fact that Nancy is casing him up. Don't worry, Jackie. His will never be as big and voluptuous as yours, sister. Don't worry, Jackie. I know. I was thinking when I said it. God dang it, man. Whew. You talking about a sister with some nice knockers? Jacqueline got them. Boy, I ain't never knew they had an H, y'all. They made an H. I ain't know the alphabet go that far when you talking about breasts. Oh, my God. Yo, that sister there. Whew. Whew. Mr. Uncut Consciousness, do you believe that if someone's methods are effective for the greater good, they find a way to get rid of them? Can you elaborate on that? Can you elaborate on that just a little bit? When you mean they find a way to get rid of them, or I mean, you know who I think you're mentioning by they. Because my answer would be yes, if that's who you mean by they. That's a good reason why I'm shadow banned. That's how COINTELPRO started. That's how they done away with the Black Panthers, and that's how they done away with, you know, Malcolm X and the rest. So yeah. Yeah, because they wanted to stay between the family so it wouldn't get to, it wouldn't get to the rest of the world, correct?
They took a test to analyze whether or not they were being truthful in their statements, and that certified test, they passed it. It just wasn't considered a traditional polygraph. I think it's a more advanced way of doing it.
Brandon Tatum. Hold on. In a nutshell, Joe Scott, there's a difference between...
Oh, why we got to bring up nuts? Do y'all know what we went through in that live stream last night? They're not going to make this mainstream news because it wasn't a white life that was lost. It would have had to be a white life lost that went out on a boat with 4 black people. Oh, and then you have, oh my God, y'all be eating this up. Oh, I can just hear Nick Fuentes and Tim Pool and the rest of the gang. Oh my God, y'all be eating this up. Y'all be eating this up. But we probably celebrating too. You know, we probably celebrating too because we be like the world would be like rid of another racist. So I can see this working out for both sides had it been a white guy that was unalive, especially a white racist. A good white folks, nah, we'd have been out here advocating for that good white boy. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think no good folks, you know what I'm saying, should go through no drama. I don't care what color you are. If you good folks and something happened to you in the midst of some demons and some devils, then you know what? I got to go after the demons and the devils. Color don't matter. But if you are white racist and something happened to you, yay, pop the ball in hand. Somebody bring the Remy. You know what I'm saying? It's time to celebrate. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
A polygraph, which measures all sorts of body signals, your sweat, your breathing, your heart, your blood pressure, all sorts of things, and an audio verification test. Big difference.
Yeah. So the audio is, you're looking for stressors in the voice. And these people are highly trained to do this. And I'm, you know, look, you know how the courts feel about these tests. Are they admissible or not? But I think that going to Brandon's point, the fact that they have taken these, at least those named allegedly have taken these, according to him, I think that...
Man, I'm sorry to say this. May brother Nolan rest in peace, but damn, man, Nolan needed a damn fashion art. He needed somebody, man, a stylist, man. This brother really thought he was white. He even wearing the short LeBron shorts. He wearing the short white boy shorts. Y'all know when you black, our shorts got to come down to our knees. When you white, they stop at your thighs and they in the crack of your ass. You know what I'm saying? Every picture I see of Nolan, man, he got his shorts shorter than the white boys he hanging around, man. How the hell you felt dressed? How you felt like you had clothes on? How you felt like you was covered up and them shits is stopping where your thighs start? I don't get it. I don't get it. You can't wear a pair of boxer briefs and wear those damn short ass shorts. You know what I'm saying? Right. You can't wear a pair of boxer briefs for underwear and wear them short ass shorts. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. You can't do that. He had to try and blend in and survive. He was a small and uneducated. It's something, man. God damn, that's why they make gym shorts. You know what I'm saying? He and them got their 1980s throwback shorts. Y'all seen Isaiah Thomas out there balling in those short ass shorts? Yeah. That's what Nolan and the crew be wearing, man. Them short ass Dockers, Bugle Boys. Excuse me, are those Bugle Boys you're wearing?
That's significant. Now, whether or not that this is going to be usable,
Right.
a usable investigative tool is hard to measure.
I didn't ask you if it's going to be used in court. That's a whole nother animal.
Ooh, I ain't want to say that, Cherry Shortcake, but they have been saying that, Cherry Shortcake. They have been saying that. Jake, you're white. Girls don't like that look. You know, girls don't like that look. Girls like us in gym shorts and sweatpants. I don't know what you mean. I like to see my women in shorts. They just feel them better. You know what I'm saying? They got all the fun stuff to look at. You know what I'm saying? I know women don't like that. I come from a baggy era, sir. You know what I'm saying? A baggy era. A baggy era. Our clothes should not be tighter and shorter than women's. No. See, that's how homosexuality got started. It came from the European. Thank you for confirming that, Jake.
We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Okay, there may never even be a court case. First,
Right.
I got to find out what happened to Nolan. Okay, so let's not put the cart before the horse. You've got eye detections tests. I don't put any stock in that as to whether somebody's lying. You've got nonverbal communication.
That's why I like Jake, man. Jake be standing up in the pain. I don't care what nobody say, man. Jake from State Farm, all right with me, man. Hey, that's the troll guy. Jake be standing up, man. Hey, salute to you, Jake. Jake say, bruh, who's speechless? You the man, Jake. You know it's love, man. You the man, Jake. Jake, you gonna stop messing with me like this, man. Cherry Shortcake say, y'all finna start cutting up. I feel it about to happen. Oh my God, I feel it about to happen. Y'all finna get lit again. Cherry Shortcake say, look, Jake, if you're wearing tight clothes, you are showing your full package to stand out to let the rest know you're available and let your crack show by busting the sag. Yeah, you're gonna attract the rainbow community. You're gonna attract somebody for the rainbow because you're gonna have a poke grabbing on your ass, boy. You gonna have a poke grabbing at your butt cheeks. Yeah, man, we love Jake, man. Jake part of the tribe, man. Jake part of the tribe, man. Y'all, they finna try to get lit again. I went through this last night, man. Both live streams yesterday. They was, man, listen, they finna do this again. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. But yes, that's the new way to know who is with it. Well, I ain't with it. My shorts coming past my knees and all sag shit. You know what I'm saying? I wear a belt every day. But we need to let our thighs burn. Jake, take a minute and evaluate that in all your masculinity. Put all your masculinity, you know what I'm saying, into really. Jake, look what you just said. Oh, there go Jackie. Here we go. It's the takeoff, y'all. It's about to get crazy in here. It's about to get crazy in here. Oh, y'all took them lights back when I said white people started homosexuality. Why y'all don't like the truth, man? Y'all did start it. Y'all did start it. Why y'all don't like the truth? Y'all think everybody be trolling. We do tell the truth. Oh, here we go. It's taking place in the chat. It's going down. It's going down. Y'all finna do this again, man. Y'all finna do this again. Reading Rainbow is wild. Jacqueline say reading Rainbow. Jake, what you mean we men need to let our thighs burn? No, we don't. I was born with a tan. My thighs need to be covered. What you mean? Now, I like for my woman thighs to be exposed. You know what I'm saying? Especially when she around the house. I want her to bend over and shit. Yeah. Yeah. She go in the kitchen and bend over looking for a pot or something. You know what I'm saying? And she got on something short above her knees and she happened to bend over. Yes, Lord. Now you're talking. You know what I'm saying? But oh no, man, I ain't never seen no reason to burn my thighs. I've never seen no reason. Jake, we don't want to know about your thighs. See, Jake, didn't I just tell you where that stuff come from? And I had two people take their likes back. I had two people take their likes back when I said that, but I told the truth. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to know about your thighs. All these women in here, I want to know about their thighs, not yours, Jake. Not yours, Jake. I like yum yum. I keep telling you I'm a yum yum connoisseur. I don't want to hear about your thighs. Why are we even having a conversation about Jake? Stop it, Jake. Stop it.
Experts claiming they can tell. You've got brainwave analysis. You've got all sorts of things. I want to Polly. I'm not saying they did anything or they didn't do anything. Go, strap up, take me a Polly. Officer Tatum, star of The Officer Tatum on YouTube. I've been told, but I can't verify, that the man in question has been searched by scent dogs and cadaver dogs. Is that true?
I'm not familiar if that's true. Let me just clarify. The test that they took was a voice stress analysis test instead of what we call a traditional polygraph test. But I'm not familiar with the cadaver dog searching the boat. I wasn't informed that that was the case. But I was told by the boys that they did not wash the boat off or do any of those things that they were accused of doing, after this incident.
Right.
No, Jake. No, Jake. We play football and basketball and shit. We ain't never played golf. We ain't never played soccer. No, I'm not Tiger Woods. I'm not VJ Singh. No. We play football. We play basketball. We play music. You know what I'm saying? We play with women. You know what I'm saying? We do men shit. We play with cars. You know what I'm saying? We do men shit. You're gonna need to create them public announcements as thigh shorts. Not even once.
And I say, based on all the things that I've heard, it appears that they're being very truthful with me. And law enforcement. They've already communicated with law enforcement very early on.
Okay, Officer Taylor, coming from you, I do give that credence because you were a Tucson PD. I've had people sit down, look me right in the face and lie, and they are so convincing. So I don't know who's telling the truth. I don't know what happened, and that's why I really resent people suggesting the investigation be shut down. We're not doing that until we know what happened.
Okay, I see how you spelled that. You would get by spelling it that way. But no, it's not. No, it's not. Football, basketball, you know what I'm saying? Little bed sports, physicalities. How is that? No. That's what heterosexual men and women do. You know what I'm saying? That's what heterosexual men and women do. It's called sexercise and stuff. So we play contact sports and we make contact with each other at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? We ain't out there hitting no golf ball like Caddyshack getting struck by lightning, chasing groundhogs and shit. We ain't out there trying to slide in no grass and burn our knees up and all of that and go home itching. and with stains in your clothes that Tide can't take out. You know what I'm saying? No, we ain't trying to do all that though. We ain't trying to do all that though. But we will play some football. We'll play some basketball. We'll play some soccer. Not some soccer. What's the thing I just thinking of? Baseball. You know what I'm saying? We'll do that. We'll box our ass off too. We box. See, we like all physical sports. Different strokes for different folks. You got that right. I told you that's where homosexuality came from. Them different strokes for them different folks. I told you. Y'all, what's good? What's good? Oh, we run boxing. This you know. This you know. This you know. Oh, y'all know I'm a boxing head. If I did open up another channel, boy, I'd be talking about boxing. Man, listen. She been on every channel talking about Nolan and not making a lick of sense. She has been making sense. You just hate Nancy Grace right now. And a lot of us do. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us do. But right now, she on our team and she making sense, even though she's just making money off the title. But hey, she's talking to the white base. That's what we need. She's getting hate mail just like we getting hate mail. They hate her like they hate us right now. So hey, I'm all right with it. I'm all right with it for now.
Officer Tatum
On an honorary basis. On an honorary basis.
interviewed multiple of the young men on that boat. Now, let me address what's happened in the last hours.
See how you're saying a heavyweight champ is white? Now watch this. Where's the heavyweight champ Usyk from? Where is Usyk from? See how y'all just hide behind this color thing? He's white. Where is Usyk from? Where is he from? Delineate. Delineate. White people have a problem with this. You want to take us some credit. He's not even American. You thought the heavyweight champ is white. Usyk is from where? So he's not American. Indigenous black people run boxing. Bud Crawford was indigenous. How far back you want to go with this? Exactly, Ukraine. So if I would have said Lomachenko, Vasily Lomachenko, you would have volunteered and said he was white, and he's from Ukraine as well. Shakur Stevenson, indigenous. Jerome Boots Ennis, indigenous. Devin Haney, indigenous. Keyshawn Davis, indigenous. Brian Norman, indigenous.
The family is not buying what they are saying. That
I've never been an Errol Spence fan. He's called it a career. I'm still going to thank him, you know what I'm saying, for great years. But I've never been an Errol Spence fan. You can't tell. First name I mentioned was Bud. I look at Bud the same way I look at Kobe. You know what I mean? I look at Deontay Wilder, Mike Tyson, yeah. All indigenous. You know what I'm saying? All indigenous. Floyd Mayweather. Shane Mosley. Antonio Tarver. Roy Jones Jr. James Toney. Sugar Ray Leonard. All indigenous. I don't have to hide behind black. Winky Wright. Yeah, there goes another one. What's your boy name now? That's an announcer, man. Andre, what's his name, man? Andre Ward. Andre Ward. Tank Davis. Sean Porter. There we go. See what I'm saying? All indigenous. All American. But you had to come back with the heavyweight champ is white. No, he's not white. He's Ukrainian. No, he's not white. He's Ukrainian. Because all the indigenous champs we just named and all the indigenous fighters we just named were born here. They're indigenous to the land. They are American.
Nothing was deleted. They're not saying they're lying. They're not saying they're telling the truth. They have hit social media giants with subpoenas once and for all to get everything there is to get about Nolan Wells Digital. Okay, straight out to Dr. Jim Jones joining us out of Virginia. Jones, Dr. Jones, cybersecurity, digital forensics expert, digital forensics program director, associate professor.
Yeah, when it comes to Adrian Broner, yeah, emphasis on a little one. Now I ain't gonna lie, like he couldn't have really done his thing, but he wanted to be in and out of the studio. He wanted to be a gangster. You know what I mean? AB could have done his thing. You know what I mean? AB could have done his thing. You know what I mean? Shannon Briggs was a dog too, man. Shannon Briggs was a dog, boy.
George Mason University. Okay? Can't argue with that. Okay, Dr. Jones, what will the evidence reveal? Let's just start on Nolan Wells' cell phone. Let's start with Snapchat.
Sure. So on his cell phone, any images taken for whatever app are going to be stored locally, at least temporarily. So Snap is one of those apps that deletes the picture afterwards. The key here is that when digital files are deleted, the data does not immediately go away. So the data is left intact at least for fractions of a second, sometimes hours, days, weeks. So what they'll find, assuming that they have access to the unencrypted data on the phone, is they will find bits and pieces of old text messages, videos, pictures taken, and that might reveal something that they can timestamp to the event in question, yet the picture is not still in the active files. That would suggest a deletion.
Home Depot hates when you do this, but they can't stop you. You really want to just coat the whole thing and then just let it soak it.
Okay, hold on just a moment. What?
Jake, what you said, Jake, I reckon Aunt would love a round of golf with beer to be. No, the hell I wouldn't. No, the hell I wouldn't. What makes you think that? A round of golf, you trying to put me to sleep. And I don't drink beer. Again, you're getting me culturally confused. Ethnically confused. Not my thing.
Let me see, Jones. Dr. Jones, I'm just a trial lawyer. I need you to explain carefully what you just said. Let me ask you some pointed questions. Snap is different, very different. Hold on, Doctor. Let me go to Tanya Jordan, Chief Parent Officer at BART Parental Controls, author of Parenting in a Tech World. Snap is a whole nother can of worms. The other night, example, my son and I, John David, we both love Kung Fu. We're watching The Ultimate Ip Man, and I fell asleep. It was 2 o'clock in the morning.
I love me some Ip Man. Shout out to Ip Man, man. Hey, if you don't know, you don't know. But if you know, you know. Ip Man is a beast. Hell yeah.
I woke up and I looked at him. He was furiously on his phone, and of course that raises a red flag. Why is your son on the phone at 2 a.m.? I said, son, what are you doing? And he said, I'm responding to a snap. I'm like, let me see, who's snapping you at 2 o'clock in the morning? It's some freaky dude in his underwear on the other side of the world. He went, gross, number one. And he said, they disappear. Okay.
Listen. I would play horseshoes before I play golf. I would play hack and sack before I play golf. Is that what it's called? Where you throw the little beanie bean bag thing through the hole, what they call it? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I would play that in horseshoes before I play soccer or golf. What is it called? No, not polo. Not polo. Not lacrosse. No. Where everybody stand back, you got these little bean bags that you have to throw through a hole. Cornhole. There it is. Cornhole. Thank you, Jacqueline. Cornhole. Yeah, I play horseshoes or cornhole. Yeah. Now you can invite me to that. Huh? You can invite me to that. Now I'll do that. Tell me we playing horseshoes or cornhole. Now you can invite me to that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'll be out there, boy, listen. Listen, man, listen. Boy, I'll be country. I'll be country. I will be country. Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Nah, I ain't playing no cricket. Nah. I wouldn't play no croquet, no cricket, no lacrosse. None of that. None of that. None of that. Hell, I still play flag football, but where I'm from, they gonna tackle your black ass anyways.
Snap. What is it?
Snap is an app that was developed to send disappearing nudes many, many years ago. So it's wilder today now flock to that app and parents.
Wait, Snapchat was designed to send disappearing nudes? Where was I when they was sending the nudes? I got Snapchat right now. I don't even know how to work it. But I ain't saw nothing new. What? Snapchat was designed for disappearing nude photos? Did I hear that right? Did y'all hear that? Hold on, wait.
Son, what are you doing? And you said I'm responding to a snap. I'm like, let me see, who's snapping you at 2 o'clock in the morning? It's some freaky dude in his underwear on the other side of the world? You went, gross, number one.
Well, damn it. I got Snapchat. I don't even know how to work it, but ain't nobody snapping me nothing. Damn, how you get snaps? I'm old, y'all. I'm old, y'all. Hey, the only snapping I know. How you get snaps on Snapchat, man? I'm just saying. How you get snaps on Snapchat? What you gotta do to get the new snaps? Oh, man. Look, why you think they made that song that had the hook? Snapchat down. I ain't never heard that. I don't listen to new music. I have a playlist. You know what I'm saying? I don't mess with all this social media. I barely know how to work an email. You know, I'm on Instagram too, but I just post stuff. I don't know how none of that work. I know how YouTube work. And I know they stay away from TikTok. The Yin Yang twins made it. Oh, the Yin Yang twins made They made Snapchat? Cherry Shortcake. Jacqueline. I need one of y'all loyal, beautiful sisters to send me a nude to Snapchat. I just want to see if it works. I just want to see if it disappears. I won't even look. I just want to see if it disappears. I just want to see if it disappears. Hold on, let me put my glasses on. Okay, hold on, let me put my glasses on. As soon as one of y'all volunteer, I would give y'all my snap so I could be snapped. Like some snapping peas. That shit crazy, man. That's crazy. I did not know that. This is the crazy world, boy. This is the crazy world. I'm so far behind.
And he said, they disappear. Okay. Snap. What is it?
Snap is an app that was developed to send disappearing nudes many, many years ago.
I hate it
so
too,
it's
Cherry.
wilder today now.
I hate it
flock to
too,
that
Cherry
app,
Shortcake.
and parents allow it. Myself included. I regret letting my son have that app. So now fast forward to today, children think that this media disappears because that's the user interface presented to them. But the media does not disappear. Children sitting on either side of them can take a picture with their phone, and that data lives on Snap servers because, as we know, law enforcement has had a heck of a time subpoenaing them and getting access to it.
Okay, that's gibberish. So, does a snap disappear?
A snap appears.
Hey, Jay say, I'm trying to see Cherry's fish cake. God darn it, Jay. Leave me alone. Oh my God. Cherry Shortcake say, yeah, that's how the McKinsey girl that unallowed her boyfriend got caught and charged with M1. What? Jake on one tonight. I'm gonna let Jake get his troll on. Jake on the roll.
To disappear to a user. So if I send a snap, and let's say, Nancy, you send me a snap, when I open it up, it disappears from my view. But that media, that photo, that video that you sent me, it is still alive in Snap's ownership.
Okay, so what that means to me as a trial lawyer is I can subpoena it and I can see it.
Yes.
Okay, that made perfect sense. Now I get it. So my son is telling the truth that it disappeared.
Ain't nobody gonna subpoena that that Snap Cherry Shortcake, Jackie. Ain't nobody gonna subpoena that. Go ahead and send it. It's gonna disappear. Ain't nobody gonna subpoena that. Guess she put her reel on Snapchat and thought it wouldn't come back, and the clan extracted it from her data. Damn. It's a dangerous game. Damn it, man. Dangerous game.
Yes. To him.
But not to Snap. Okay, all right. What about WhatsApp? That doesn't disappear.
Correct. WhatsApp does not disappear, but WhatsApp is also purported to be encrypted. So Meta moved in a very big disappointment to anybody who cares about child safety to make WhatsApp end-to-end encrypted. So good luck to law enforcement trying to get anything that happened on that app.
To Dr. Jim Jones, digital forensics expert, associate professor, George Mason University, program director, on and on. Dr. Jones,
Well, if anybody was listening, especially the kids, they going straight to WhatsApp now. They like forget Snapchat. They going straight to WhatsApp. You just gave them a heads up. They're like, darn Snapchat, we going to WhatsApp. Y'all heard what she just said about WhatsApp. Police can't get in that. Police can't get in that. Why would you be talking dumb stuff online anyways, though? I never understood that. Why would you get on social media and tell on yourself? You know what I'm saying? Why would you do that? Why would you draw that heat to yourself? You know what I'm saying? I don't get it.
I, like Nolan's mother, find it very unusual that Nolan, for a period of hours, there's nothing. He is a prolific snapper, Insta, you name it. There's nothing there. I got a problem, number one, of him separating himself from the phone. But no teen does that. Nobody does that. But if he's out in the water, he may leave it on the boat so it doesn't get damaged. But I find it hard to believe that he left the boat. Leave with it and his key.
I need a prolific snapper to snap a prolific picture of them and snap me. I want to see how Snapchat work. All I see is people posting food on Snapchat, making me hungry and shit. Because they're not really on point with reality. If you don't put nothing out, it can't come back to get you in trouble. I say to that. Facts.
And that he wasn't taking pictures and on the boat, on the way out there. Where's all that? That's human behavior.
which is not your forte, but Dr. Jones, explain to me what these subpoenas mean. Dr. Jones, from what we're learning in the last 24 hours, Nolan's family demands all IP addresses associated with his accounts, all communications, chats, posts, stories. You can explain later to Tanya what is a story, and all other information. The phone is critical.
Y'all tap the screen, tap the screen. I'm trying to get at least 30 likes. They ain't gonna give me the views. Can we get at least 30 likes? They're not gonna give me the views, but can we at least get 30 likes? Y'all know me and you two got a love-hate relationship. They love to hate on me. How come every time I see Nolan, he's around a group of white guys, man? And this looks suspect right here. I don't think I want to show y'all this picture. What is this, a pajama party or something? What is this? I don't know what this don't look right. This don't, oh man, I was trying not to show y'all this, but the ancestors like, show them, show them, show them, show them. So I gotta show y'all this, man. I gotta show y'all this, man. If this don't look sus, I'm sorry to say it. If this don't look sus, what more can we say? What more can we say? If this don't look kind of sus,
because there's nothing on it for the critical hours. Subpoenas issued in the last hours to Snapchat, WhatsApp, TikTok.
I got a better question. How come Nolan didn't, see, Nolan been hanging around these guys forever, right? Nolan been hanging around these guys forever. So I don't think these guys did nothing to Nolan. But I do have a question. How come nothing happened to Nolan and Nolan didn't disappear until Bart came around? That's all I'm saying. No, I ain't say it was an accident. I just said how come nothing ever happened to Nolan until Bart came around. Because evidently Nolan been hanging with these guys for years, but you're not seeing pictures of Bart and Nolan together. And I know that Bart is older. Bart is like 21, 22. But they're from the same town. You're not seeing pictures of them together. But you're seeing pictures of Carmelo and his regular, not Carmelo. You're seeing pictures of Nolan and his regular crew. But the minute Bart comes around, Nolan disappears. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I can imagine it now. They're on a boat drinking. Then an argument probably broke out. Listen, if these guys are best friends and they've been hanging around each other forever, man, me and my best friends fought during every other summer. And we were still best friends. It was okay for us to fight each other, but nobody else ain't finna come along and mess with them, or we standing up for each other. So if you think for a minute that these guys ain't never got into a fight, a shoving match, a disagreement, or something like that, you know what I'm saying? You be out of your mind. Best friends go through that too. So these guys are probably used to it, with that they knew that at the end of the day they were still friends. Now you take someone like Bart, who's not, part of the crew, and he's being protected, and he's the hometown hero, and he comes from a long line of NFL players and collegiate punters, and the mom, the dad works at a hospital now, and he's like, yeah, he just comes from money. He comes from success. Now you factor Bart in, and damn it, Bart. And Nolan's gone. But Nolan always returned when he was out with his regular crew right here, though. I have to put that out there. We're seeing lots of pictures and videos of Nolan with this crew, and Nolan was always all right. And Nolan always came home. Then as soon as Bart comes home for 1 or 2 days, and he happens to be in the same area as Nolan, then we don't know what happened to Nolan. And none of Nolan's friends are talking because they owe their loyalty to, someone who might have done something to Nolan, or someone who is so big and so athletic and so strong and so intimidating and holds so much clout that they dare not to say nothing because they don't want to get on their bad side. For those who understand exactly what I'm saying, people got attorneys. People have attorneys, so I got to watch how I say what I say when I say it.
Meta, all Meta platforms and all location tracking platforms, including Life 360. Okay, doctor, what does it mean?
So what they're trying to do is find everything that was pushed up to the servers. And as Tatiana pointed out, some of this content is encrypted as it goes through the servers. So they won't be able to see the content on the server, but they'll have a record that an image or a video or a message came through. So what I would be looking at is I would compare what the providers, the servers show to what's on the phone. And if I find a discrepancy, that would suggest that something has been deleted from the phone.
Yeah, man. As soon as Bart Simpson showed up, man, you know what I'm saying? Things went left for Nolan. Soon as Bart Simpson showed up, things went left for Nolan. You know what I'm saying? You good, Slim Jones. You good.
Anybody that had access to the phone could easily delete something on the phone. Much harder to delete.
But how did they get in the phone? See, when this story first broke, they said that Nolan had facial recognition on his phone as his PIN or his ID or whatever, which means it had to scan his face. Why isn't no one asking the questions of where the facial recognition went? Yeah, Bart Simpson did it. Bart Simpson did it. Bart Simpson did it. That's how we gonna do it. Bart Simpson did it.
What's being held on the servers from.
Hey guys, this inverter might just be your solution for emergency power outages. It's compatible with your Milwaukee and DeWalt batteries. Features multiple
from the phone.
I assume his phone had a password. There are certain things that you need the password to do, such as delete activity. But if you don't have a password and you pick up your phone, if you're touching the screen, that leaves a trace. If you're trying to power it off, that leaves a trace. So we should be able to see people without a password trying to actively interact with that phone, as well as someone that has it. So we would do a forensic acquisition, and that's really important here. Someone just looking in the phone, you can get a glimpse, but you can't see what's deleted.
No, he's come out and said that he doesn't know Katie. They've never dated, no nothing. They have no history. He's saying that that's not him on that picture. The picture that's floating around, he's saying that that's not him. He's come out and said he does not know Katie, did not know of Katie, has ever dated a Katie, and that's not him on that picture. That's been circulating with Katie. Bart Simpson has come out and said that. I'm just saying, that's what Bart Simpson came out and said.
And hiding below the surface. We need a forensic acquisition to do that. We can tell if it was just soft deleted, so like sitting in a trash can, or a hard delete. So if you empty your trash on your phone and then you go and throw it into a dumpster and the trash is taken away, there is a log that tracks everything. Also with timestamps on when that activity occurred.
Digital expert Heather Barnhart. Okay, is a subpoena Dr. Jones, Dr. Jim Jones.
Okay, watch this. I gotta put y'all up on game. So evidently y'all didn't know he came out and said that, huh? Evidently y'all did not know that he came out and said that. I gotta keep y'all plugged in here. I don't get any sleep. If I do fall asleep, it's because I'm going over this case. I'm going over this case. Let me find it.
The case of Nolan Wells is growing more intense.
I know where I could find it. I just don't feel like pulling her up, but I have to. Okay, I'm gonna play this for y'all, and then I got to jump back into some breaking news right here. But this is Tisa Tells.
Hey guys, another breaking update in the Nolan Wells case. Listen, remember Bart Edmonton Jr., that there have been rumors circling around that him and Katie were a thing, might have been a thing. There's a picture of him and Katie. Well, guess what? He has broken his silence and addressed the rumors. He denies any Katie connection. And when I say any, he says he don't even know who that girl is. And at least until the only way he became aware of her is after, right? It's after Nolan passed away. Y'all, let's get into this because this boy came out in TMZ and he says he's suing anybody that says otherwise. All right, let's pull up the article because it is a doozy, if I do say so myself. And I gotta be honest with you, it leaves me with even more questions, but everything in this thing leaves me with more questions. All right, first let's read Bart's official statement. Now, keep in mind with Bart's official statement, it has not been verified. We are taking him on his word, or actually on TMZ's word.
Oh yeah,
TMZ
it's getting
didn't
real.
say they independently
It's getting real.
verified it, but here it is. Bart, which they are using a different picture. This is how Bart looks, okay? I guess this is a picture of Bart when he was in high school, which matches the picture of the way he looked with this girl that everybody was saying was Katie, but now Bart is saying absolutely not. That picture is not of him and Katie. Okay, so here we go. Nolan Wells' friend Bart has lawyered up over rumors that he blanked Nolan over a girl. Is TMZ trying to be messy? Because I think the thing they should have said is he's lawyering up over rumors he blanked Nolan. The fact that there has to be a girl in it seems a bit odd, but yet and still it is what it is. Also, we found the comment where it looked like Bart was in Instagram or Facebook comments, basically denying that he was in Horn Island, even though there's actual documented data that says he was. But he says he lives in Montana, which I believe because he is a promising football player. From what I said before, his family comes from a football legacy. His grandfather played for the Gators. His dad played, I think, for college football. They were
Gators.
all punters, so it's kind of, well, he's a punter, but it was, I think they're all kickers, so it was in his blood. But look at the other video for that. But he is denying any and all rumors. And look how far he's going. They said a friend of Nolan Wells is lowering up amid the wave of online speculation, denying a viral photo that shows him with a woman. Oh, woman, you mean girl? Some social media users are attempting to link to Nolan Wells' death. Attorney Russell Latino says that the old high school photo does show Bart Edmonton Jr. with a young woman. Let me put the photo on the script.
Yes. Yes, a punter is a kicker. A punter is a kicker. Yes.
This woman does look a lot like Katie. I see how people made the mistake, but it's not Katie. But insists that that is not Katie McCormick, a woman social media users have attempted to romantically link. The lawyer says that Bart has never dated Katie and did not even know who she was before Nolan's death.
Are y'all buying it? Are y'all buying what he's trying?
Latino also.
Are y'all buying what he's trying? Are y'all buying it? Are y'all buying what Bart Simpson is trying? Cherry Shortcake says no. He's saying that that's not Katie in that picture. He's saying that's not Katie in that picture with him. That's what he's saying, ladies and gentlemen.
Flatly denies the notion that Bart killed Nolan. Okay, that's better. Or contributed to Nolan's death in any way. His lawyer says Bart helped a boat in distress and was fully cooperated with investigators, providing access to his boat.
So again, there's verification that he was the one that towed the boat those 3 miles. That places him there. That places him there. And like I said, Nolan hung out with these guys for years, and Nolan always made it back home. The minute Bart Simpson comes in the picture, Nolan does not return home. I'm just saying. I'm with you, Jackie. I agree with you, Jake. I'm with you, Cherry.
GPS and phone, and now plans to sue people spreading what the family calls wholly fabricated claims. Now, my guess is he's doing this because he does have an NFL career in front of him, and he's not going to do anything to mess up his chances of getting in the NFL, and he's not going to be bought into this.
Because they have to protect Bart. They owe that loyalty to Bart. Bart was hanging out with them. He's going to be an NFL star. That can give them clout.
I'm going to know this, right?
And well, you know, I have to do this. Bart matches their complexion. Nolan doesn't.
Let me finish reading this article. In addition, he said Bart received a credible death threat yesterday because of made-up speculation. He said the FBI, state, and local law enforcement have all been notified. Where did he get a credible? Who? Y'all, listen. A credible death threat? Okay, so here's the thing, right? Now, Bart, in Instagram, this is what had a lot of people puzzled and what had people side-eyeing Bart. But there's somebody that kind of explained it away, okay? So this was the comment. And I'm going to show you the post. And then somebody kind of explained away what was going on. Again, we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan. Bart was in the boat, but Bart said he was towing. There was Warren, there was Wyatt. And according to audio, it sounded like somebody also said Nolan.
Mm-hmm.
So, a bunch of people, the true crime.
Listen, I'm on this. I can name the guys. I'm on this. I can't name the 2 girls because there were 7 people, but I can name the 5 guys. We heard them say Nolan name. I heard them call a guy named Will. We heard them call Bart. We know Warren was on that boat, and we know Wyatt was on that boat. There's your 5 guys. Where the hell is Will? Who the hell is Will? We heard him say, Will, 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 Will. Y'all play that Cito audio back. Who the hell is Will? And where is Will?
True Crime with Bree. On Instagram, y'all some followers. She's coming out with really, really good things. Also, Val's insights and For the People said, Bart Edmonds Jr. has now entered the trap. Warren's buddy. Bart had claimed he hadn't been in the area for 1 year. Bart's father is a doctor who works at the same location as Nolan's mom. Bart's boat GPS What's also
Whoa, so the mom and the dad works together? Is that what he just said? Oh no, works at the same location with Nolan's mom. Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? Bart's dad works in the same location as Christina Wells. Christina Nolan's mother. I'm getting the lady name all wrong. Christina Wansley, there it is. Oh, look, y'all. Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that?
True Crime with Bree on Instagram. Y'all should follow her. She's coming up with really, really good things. Also, Val's insights and For the People said, Bart Edmonds Jr. has now entered the trap. Warns Buddy. Bart had claimed he hadn't been in the area for 1 year. Bart's father is a doctor who works at the same location as Nolan's mom. Bart's boat GPS was also pulled. TMZ reports, and a person named Laney is also being questioned. Now, here was, I think,
Doesn't say they knew each other. Say they work in the same building. They work in the same location. It could be different departments. Doesn't mean that they knew each other. But the judge, Warren's stepmom, is saying that she went to school and graduated with Christina Wells, Christina Wansley, but I don't see what that has to do with anything either.
Bart's response to some comment. He said, deadly lovers, hey, I just want you to know Nolan was a friend of mine. I want justice and facts to come out. I just want you to know I live in Wyoming. No, I live in Wyoming and have not been in past Christian for over a year. I grieve Nolan and want the same as everyone else. Thank you for your support. All right. And that had everybody going crazy because once they saw that comment, but then they saw Bart's name was mentioned, everybody went crazy, okay? Now, really quickly, hold on, y'all. Okay, so somebody jumped in the comments to explain away Bart's comment to make it seem like, okay, Bart wasn't being cagey and he wasn't lying. Listen to this. She said, I respect the hell out of you. She's talking to the Instagram post. Unfortunately, you have some things twisted here. If you watch the interview with Mr. Tatum, while speaking about the pool party photo and having his arm around Nolan, Warren states that the party wasn't on the 4th of July, but it was on the 27th, a week or so prior. He also indicates the location of the party was past Christian. The comment where Bart is responding is to a comment on a thread where someone said he blanked Nolan at the pool party. Bart is saying he wasn't even at the pool party that was located in Past Christian. Past Christian and Ocean Springs are 33 miles away from each other, over 45 minutes. You gotta take this down. You're wrong here, and you're targeting this kid for no reason based off of comments and locations. All right, so y'all, Bart is officially, listen, at the end of the day, this has not been confirmed by anybody by Bart. However, him saying the rumor that he dated Katie was not there. Now, if Bart never dated Katie, hear me out. If Bart never dated Katie, and Bart didn't even know who Katie was until after Nolan passed away, then true, the theory that there was some jealous level fight, Bart tried to son Nolan, and it was a fight gone wrong, it completely falls apart because Bart wasn't trying to fight or even get Katie's attention. All right, so let's get to the other questions. If Bart did not fight Nolan in a jealous rage, if Bart never dated Katie, then Bart was on Wyatt's boat, but not his own boat. Now they're saying...
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Y'all, that is Tisa Tells. But I just saw something else on her page that she dropped not too long ago. Katie breaks silence, heartbreaking confession. Katie breaks silence, heartbreaking confession. Oh, I gotta do it. How violence erupted on Horn Island. Is she actually gonna tell the story? Is she actually gonna tell the story? I ain't sleeping. I got time.
It takes 90 seconds for this device to cool down your room.
Fair use, educational purposes, literary purposes, commentary purposes. Hey, yo, we own this. We own this.
You don't need to spend a fortune. All air conditioners have the same fundamental flaw, and we fixed it. You see, every AC on the market relies on the same design. Freon, bulky compressors,
I agree, Jake. Nothing's adding up.
Wrenching interview. You guys, the evidence has been in front of us, and we're now starting to collect the holes. So much has happened in 24 hours. What has happened? Bart said he's suing everybody because his name is Bennett and it ain't in it. He has thrown Warren under the bus. He has thrown Wyatt under the bus. Him and his family have lawyered up, and his lawyer is actually like this with, I believe, the AG of Mississippi. Again, they've been sitting on ready for anybody to make.
Ooh, he's got connections. He's connected to the Attorney General in Mississippi. Damn, these people come with some damn plugs, man. Damn, if I had these many plugs, I wouldn't have no felonies on my record. God dang it. Shit, I need these plugs, man.
Mention his name. He says he don't know Katie. He says he ain't never met Katie. He said, as a matter of fact, when he saw Katie after Nolan, that was the first time he even knew who she was. Now, everybody said what I said. Does Katie know you don't know her? What's Katie got to say? But you guys, Katie actually has to say a lot. And you guys, I think we've been looking in the wrong direction. I think it's
Cherry Shortcake, you right.
Then we think. Listen.
Cherry Shortcake, you absolutely said that, and you are absolutely right. Damn. Damn. Now Bart got a plug with the damn Attorney General? That boy ain't got to worry about doing no wrong. They gonna clean it up for him. Maybe that's why they're protecting Bart Simpson the way they are. Maybe that's why they're cleaning up Bart Simpson's name the way they are. Damn.
I'll be honest with you. Bart and his lawyer said his name is Bennett. He ain't in it. Okay, for now. Even though I do have a good live I'm going to do tomorrow, I'm collecting evidence about the Bart Warren Wyatt thing. And the way if what Bart is saying is true, well, baby, we're looking right at Warren and Wyatt again. But anyway, let's talk about Katie, Nolan's family, and everything that actually happened in
Horn Island.
Horn Island, okay? And yes, there is an interview. It's been under our noses, and we are going through it in detail because Katie has detailed, and Katie's family has detailed that Horn Island was not some fun, oh yay, born. They were not.
Listen, you had teenagers, underage drinking, alcohol, music, girls, guys, tempers flying, egos. You know there were some altercations. Come on, imagine your local white community in a pub, in a bar. Come on, it's gonna happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Like them eating black folks, it's going to happen eventually, okay? I'm just saying. I told you my family left for a reason because the families there have never left. They just keep the lineage growing and don't do outsiders. Wow.
Playing Miley Cyrus, put my hands up, playing my song. You know, Party in the USA, the national 4th of July anthem. Yeah. Party in the USA. They would know. It was a rage-filled, almost mosh pit where she had to flee for her safety. And even Tristan admitted in the Officer DeJango interview that he was put on a boat by his uncle to flee for safety. Whatever was going on, you know what? Let me not ruin the article and the interview. I promise it is worth your time, okay? Before we get into this, I need you guys to listen to Tristan's own words, not just from Officer Tatum, but remember when Tristan came out saying, hey, blackies, moon crickets, listen to me, gather round. I too am half moon cricket, right? Remember when he thought this flashing like his palm, right? We'd be like, oh, okay, never mind, guys, case is over. Black person said there's nothing to do. Instead, like I said, we took tomatoes and was like, the stage, right? So anyway, when Tristan, that's his name, Tristan, we're gonna call him Tracy. I don't mean to disrespect that boy's name. We'll just call him Tracy, right? Because apparently Tracy wasn't there when anything went down with Nolan, with Warren, with Wyatt, with nobody. He was not around. He fled to safety on a boat, and his uncle forced him to do that. But I want to take you back, sorry, not to the Officer Django interview, but the first time he came out in front of everybody, defending his neighborhood, defending his people, defending his crew. Listen to what he said before we get into Katie's interview, because everybody's saying, this, that, and the third, and everybody's saying, oh yeah, Katie. Look at the way he describes Katie, which lets you know, Tracy, you don't know what's going on. Sit this one out, but also it opens up even more questions. Listen to the way he describes.
Do y'all see how much better they have it than us growing up? We couldn't even get the keys to mama car. Couldn't even get the keys to daddy car. Can I borrow the car? Hell no. These young white boys, they get mama and daddy boat. You know what I'm saying? They get mama and daddy boat. They out there doing donuts in the ocean, y'all. We couldn't even get the keys to the car. They get the keys to the boat. You know what I'm saying? And the truck, because they got to haul the boat down there to the pier. You know what I mean?
Tracy describes, what's the girl's name? Let me not call him Tracy. The way he describes Katie, and also what he describes as actually going on. This is before Warren's
Salute,
interview,
reparations,
okay?
salute to you.
So this is when he chose to come out and rep his set and defend. Just listen, and then we'll get into the actual article with Katie, because it's a doozy. I guarantee you, and it's been sitting under our nose the whole time. Why don't we see this? You guys, in an investigation, lots of people become persons of interest. Lots of people become subjects, but you have to follow the trail. And sometimes the trail seems like it's getting hot, and you got to reverse, because now you're like, wait, this changes everything. This is a rapidly moving beast, and we have to ride the beast, all right? Also, I would assume everybody's grown, but let me just say, do not harass, do not send hate, do not say anything. One, because why would you let the guilty person, whoever that is, know you're onto them? And second of all, if you guys have anything, call Ben Crump's tip line, right? Email Ben Crump's office. I'm sure they would love to hear. Do not harass, do not bully. Please don't send any hate or death threats. No, we want justice. We want justice. All right, so let's get into, listen to this. This was the first thing that came out before Warren even did his interview, okay? A lot of good things.
Y'all got to forgive Tisa, and y'all forgive me. Tisa like to talk. She's quite a yapper, but she be on point. You know what I'm saying? She be on point. So we just have to get through her girly girl tea session she like to have. I'm pretty sure the ladies are enjoying this. You know what I mean? The ladies understand her lingo. I really don't. But she's on point. She's accurate with what she reports.
In here. And it also makes me wonder, how much did Tristan, how much did he really know Nolan? One, he said that Nolan had a stepdad. Everybody.
Jake, did you just say in their position, like you would hide the evidence and you would do exactly what they did? Is that what you're saying, Jake? Jake, your comment, but I do the same thing in their position. What are you agreeing with? What would you do that's the same?
Everybody else is saying that man is Nolan's real daddy. Now, I haven't been able to confirm either way, but also listen to what else he said about.
Okay, so nobody knows if that's Nolan's real father or not.
Katie, y'all ready for this? Let's go, all right?
This almost feels illegal to know if you're a side sleeper. What I've discovered could save you from a massive mistake that's crushed.
Here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan.
Oh, if you had a vote.
Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard addressed this viral video that investigators have been studying. Wells's parents worried it showed their son involved in a confrontation, but Shepard said that's him, not Wells.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
Shepard says he took a boat back from Horn Island in the late afternoon, but Wells stayed behind with a girl he had met.
They met that day, and it was kind of one of those things. It did come off that day that he really did like her, but that was the only time they'd ever hung out at Horn Island on July 4th.
Listen to me. Do you hear what he said? He was with a girl that day. Later on in the interview with with Django Unchained, right? He said that was Katie. They identified this girl he really liked as Katie. Now, when I read this article, it's going to be like, here's the thing. I think Tristan is involved in this at all. I'll be honest with you. After reviewing stuff, I do think that he is operating unknowingly as a useful idiot. Tristan was not around. Tristan don't really know Nolan like that. Tristan don't even know, I'm sorry, not Warren. Tristan don't know Nolan like that. Tristan does not even know the true relationship between Nolan and Katie. However, Nolan's family came out on record and spoke on Nolan and Katie's real relationship.
So he's only put there as a plant to take the blame for being the one in the altercation, so he can say, hey, that wasn't Nolan's voice, that was me. He's just put there as another alibi. Well, I'm not gonna read that comment because they are suing people, but I'm gonna say Bart Simpson is definitely not innocent. You know what I'm saying? Bart Simpson is never, we know Bart Simpson was never innocent.
You thought Katie was just some girl that he was hooked up with. And you said that in the interview, but then an officer, the Django's, right? An officer, whatever's video, what did he tell us? He walked up to Nolan, because don't forget he had gotten in this vicious fight that was caught on video. And the fight was so bad that his uncle was worried about him and said, don't do anything stupid. And put him on the boat, and he had to leave earlier before anyone. That's how, again, we're going to get into Katie's interview. Apparently, things were going wild. It was Lord of the Flies on Horn Island. That's what it makes it sound like. But in this interview, when you first came out of space, you said he was just with some girl. He looked like he liked her. It was just some girl. Then in the interview, once you sit down, you said no. Nolan was with Katie. And when I walked by Nolan after getting out my fight, because my uncle said get on the boat and get out of here. When he walked by Nolan to say bye, he literally said that he said, hold on, y'all, my computer's about to go dead. I've been doing research all day. Forgot to plug in my computer. He literally said that he walked by Nolan, dapped him up, and then said some slick shit to him about the girl he was with, who was Katie. Just keep that in mind. I will put it on a record. I don't think that Tristan will.
All right, thank you for the $5 super chat. Reparation says, yep, Tristan is a plant. He is only there to corroborate the story. Exactly. He's an alibi. That's all he is. That's all he is. And salute to you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Was involved in what was going on. I think Tristan, for whatever reason, wants to defend Ocean Springs. I think he wants to be a part of the community. I think he wants to feel useful. I think that you were not there. You don't even know the main people involved. And everything you've said about Nolan and Katie leads me to believe that you don't really know either of them that well. Or at least, but let's keep going. Let's go.
Investigators believe Wells drowned and say there were no immediate signs of foul play. But there is.
When you go back to Javon's interview at TMZ, Javon said, Nolan didn't deserve that. I want justice for Nolan too. Deserve what? Deserve what? Y'all said he was drunk and he drowned. Javon said that Nolan didn't Nolan did not deserve that. And I want justice for Nolan just like everyone else. That was my boy. Right? So what happened? What didn't he deserve? And then we get this Cito phone call, the audio. Everyone's lawyering up. We just got Bart Simpson's name. Now Bart done lawyered up. Whenever we find out who the hell Will is, I guarantee Will's gonna lawyer up. Damn, y'all need to loan me a damn attorney. I need an attorney on standby. Hell, I need to stay lawyered up.
Growing frustration in the community, and his parents are skeptical, telling GMA Wells left his phone behind and they tracked it to one of his friends.
It was showing everywhere the phone had been, like it had. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land.
The sheriff said the parents have not turned over the phone to investigators. Their lawyers said they will. While the investigation goes on, Trayston Shepard wants the focus on his friend.
I want everybody just to relax and let everybody mourn the loss of Nolan, and let us remember him as in like the sweet guy. I think everybody needs to let the investigation continue and let the facts be shown.
Shepard told us he has spoken to the police, and the sheriff's department said both he and other friends of Wells have been cooperative. Aaron Katersky.
So, again, you heard what Trayston said. They sent him out 2 weeks ago and sent him out as, like, I think the only other boy, he would say mixed boy, in the whole thing. A lot of things aren't adding up. You guys, what do I have for proof? Because you're right, there is going to be a lot of misinformation. I am doing my best to check sources, okay? This is from a verified newspaper that has sources, and they are there.
Oh no, Bart is protected. Bart is protected. They're not bringing Bart in, but he should definitely be a person of suspicion. Bart Simpson. Bart Simpson, he's lawyered up. He's got an aggressive attorney. And they're watching the things we say on social media. So Bart Simpson, ladies and gentlemen.
That they talked to Katie, they talked to Katie's sister, and they talked to Nolan's family, and they all had something to say.
Hey, Afro Man could damn sure be my lawyer with what he did, boy. I'll damn sure hire Afro Man.
And every time we're saying, where's Katie, where's Katie, where's Katie, by the end of this article, Katie's actually, well, you know what? I'm going to save it I'm going to save this as a, what do you call it? A surprise ending, if you will, because I want you guys to make up your own minds, but it's a lot. Okay, y'all ready for this? Listen, exactly. Who said that? Livy Peep, Livy Peep? Oh, this dyslexia is kicking my butt. Livy, we'll call you Livy. Listen, Livy, I got you. Thank you for the super chat, but Livy actually has something to say, and I agree with you. Oh, what's up? Welcome. Welcome, C. Edwards, to the Tatum's family. C. Edwards 2197. Also, Livy said, Nolan's mother said she did not know this dude, Trayston. I don't think Trayston knows Katie or Nolan like that. I think they were cool. I think they were cordial, but I don't think he knows too much about Nolan, his family life, and he definitely don't know about Nolan's woman that sounds like it's Katie. Now, you guys, let me read this article to you. It's a very good one. There's lots of juicy quotes from Katie's sister, Nolan's family, and some people say it's Katie directly, right? But let's get going.
He's definitely playing this season under innocent till proven guilty. He hasn't been convicted of anything. Orange Lily for you. Welcome back. Haven't saw you in a while. But yeah, just based under innocent till proven guilty and not being convicted of any crime. Yeah, he'll play. He'll play.
They said they were
Orange Lily, hit that like button for me, sweetie.
Just two promising teams. This is Daily Mail. They're Brits, but they always get to the money, right? They always get to the money. Katie is the reason why none of these guys' stories actually stood. Because they kept trying to say, Katie, Katie, Katie. Now, you heard Trayston say was with some girl. When he actually called in, he didn't even know Katie's name. And he said, like, Nolan seemed like he liked her, but to be honest with you, that was the first time they ever met. That's not true either, because listen to what Katie's family, and MF and Nolan's family has to say. Listen. They were just two promising teenagers soaking up the sun on a party island under the perfect cloudless sky for the 4th of July holiday. Listen, they're British paper. Just let them have their fun, okay? But within 24 hours, he was floating dead in its waters 10 miles off the coast of Mississippi, and she would be linked to the tragedy through no fault of her own. I know, I said the same thing. Just let them cook. The Daily Mail revealed that the girl Nolan's friends claim he was talking to when they left Horn Island is Katie McCormick, a 19-year-old student from a few towns east of Ocean Springs, where Nolan lived. So, clears up the first thing, and this information has been verified, okay? Katie actually didn't live in Ocean Springs. She was an out-of-towner. Warren Tristan, and a lot of people, maybe through a mission, but they led us to believe that Katie was one of their own. Even though it is odd that when Tristan first spoke on this tragedy, he didn't even know that Nolan knew Katie outside of the island. But, listen, Nolan made the July trip with a group of close friends. You guys, it's going to get good, but you guys know I like to build up. Nolan made the July 4th trip with a group of close friends and spent 5 hours having fun among hundreds of other teenagers and college students. But by late in the afternoon, they were in a panic. The boat was taking on water and needed to hurry back to town before it sank. Nolan, still engrossed in conversation with Katie, told his friends to make the 10-mile trip back to the mainland without him. The friends later claimed the plan.
Hell no. I'm not staying on no island surrounded by sharks and all this other to talk to no female, man. That right there don't make sense to me. And they was, well, you got to remember being a teenager. I remember being a teenager. Even as a teenager, I'm not going to wave off my friends with a boat. And it's 10 miles of water between me and home. To sit on a damn island on a holiday I shouldn't be celebrating as a black man anyways, to talk to a damn woman. Hell no. I do think that this could have been a sacrifice. But I'm not sitting on no damn, listen, I will meet you on, you stay 33 minutes away. When I get home, I got a car, I'll gas up, I'll come see you. You know what I'm saying? Hell no. No. Not to talk, hell no. And she can't suggest that I stay on this island. Hell no. I tell you what, you can stay on this island. I'm gonna go ahead and take my, you know what I'm saying, my ride on back across this water, and you hit me up when you touch down. You know what I'm saying? You hit me up when you stop being a little mermaid out here on this island. No, that don't make no sense to me. That ain't happening. It's more girls. There's more girls on mainland than it is that, you know what I'm saying, on that island. He stayed back for one girl, but if you go home, you're surrounded by many of women. Come on, Katie must have been Miss America amongst these teenagers, man. She must have been the baddest chick.
Please. However, Katie's sister Gracie countered claims that Nolan stayed to talk to her sibling. They said Katie assumed Nolan would be heading back to the mainland with his friends, according to Katie's sister. But you guys, there's a reason for that. Hold on. This story has been under our noses. We're going to get to the bottom of it. There's absolutely no suggestion of wrongdoing on Katie's part, and Nolan's family has been publicly supportive of her. But the conflicting accounts between what Nolan's friends say happened and what Katie's sister countered, Katie's sister speaking for her, obviously, would have sparked concern for Nolan's family, who hired a top civil rights lawyer, Ben Crump, to investigate the teenager's death. Nolan was the only black teen on the boat. Well, not according to Tristan. Tristan was like, a lot of people don't know. Nolan wasn't even black. He had a little Asian in him. You live in a town that you got to say you mixed with something to be accepted? Okay, so was there no... Anyway. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Okay, so they said Nolan was the only black teen on the boat with his white friends, and Ben Crump claimed Nolan's race means that the case must be carefully investigated. She's saying she went and got on the boat. They're saying he didn't get on the boat. So which one is it? He told reporters in the days after he was hired. The fact that you have a young lady who said that Nolan said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys, and then the boys said no. Nolan told him that he was going to stay with the girl. Somebody must not be telling the truth. Now, you guys, I know what you're saying. Tisa, we already know this. Get to the MF point. Hang with me. This article gets better, okay? It gets better, but it is really good at setting the scene because I believe, well, I'll tell you what I believe in a second. Somebody must not be telling the truth. Katie's sister Gracie said, Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat he came out on. Katie assumed his friends, quote unquote, she actually used the direct, his friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. The exact chain of events and whether Nolan told his friends to leave without him or just wait a little longer remains unclear. Now let's get to the meat of this mess, all right? Gracie said Katie was on the island with a different group to the one Nolan was in, and was later taken home by her brother, Tony, and his fiancée, Eva Creedle. We've given all the answers we can give to his mom and authorities. Now, they said Katie has not publicly spoken up to now about what happened on Horn Island, but replied to a social media post made by a friend to defend her. Katie said, "What's understood doesn't have to be said. I love y'all. Just pray for his family and his friends. I'm good, and all I can do is pray for healing."
Don't that sound blackish? Don't that sound blackish? We say that. What's understood don't have to be said. We say that. We say that. I don't know, y'all. Maybe she has lots of black friends. She hang around black people. Maybe that's why she was really interested in Nolan. You know? Well, they're saying that everyone's phones were left on the boat. That's what they're saying. And they say that they moved the phone from the boat to the truck. And they're saying when Toshima, I think that's her name, got there, which is Javon's mom, that Wyatt went out to the truck and got the phone and gave it to her. Common folk like us don't get to see that far, unfortunately. Well, I know that statement sounded black. What's understood don't have to be said. We say that a lot. A lot.
Over them, this is a terrible situation and all. Few are finding situations more terrible than Nolan's parents, Christine and Elmore. The couple claimed Jackson County Sheriff's Office had been too quick to assert that there were no signs.
Jacqueline finna start, y'all. Jacqueline say, "I didn't know, but white girls want that foot long." Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Play, particularly in the state with a disturbingly racist past. Findings from Nolan's autopsy have yet to be released by the coroner, and private examination ordered by his family called his case of death undetermined, okay? This is Katie, right here, right? And this is also Katie's brother and his fiance, Eva. I see why everybody, well, including myself, made a mistake about who was in the picture with, what's his name, Bart? Because Katie looked like the girl in the picture with Bart, looked like her brother's fiance. Is it just me? I mean, I get it. When you look closely at the face, you see a difference. But right now, I just see blonde hair, big eyes, big smile. But anyway, let's go. Now,
Tisha trying to say all of them look alike. Tisha Tell is trying to say all of them look alike.
Katie is from Pascagoula, about 17 miles east of Nolan Wells' home in Ocean Springs, and is known to host large gatherings at her parents' home. So she is big dog, just not in Ocean Springs. This is very important, you guys. Open your ears. And this has been verified. One of Nolan's relatives, all right? Jackson, so Nolan.
Jacqueline getting started. Jacqueline is getting started. Not all black guys packing though. Jake, how would you know that, Jake? They want that breadstick too. Breadstick. Jake, I really don't want to know, but I guess I need to ask you. Jake, how would you know all black guys aren't packing, Jake? Jake, that wasn't a very heterosexual thing to say, Jake.
Has relatives in the sheriff's office. One of Nolan's, did y'all know that? One of Nolan's relatives, Jackson County Sheriff's Deputy, Kadriana McKinney, posted in support of Katie after she received a report of abuse.
Orange Lily, you better stay away from me. Orange Lily, you better stay away from most black men. If you like yours medium size, you better stay away from most black men. Here we go. I guess the conversation is here. Cherry says, well, the packet size, unfortunately, hold on. Well, the packet size, unfortunately, is given by DNA. And if that DNA don't carry it, they not getting blessed with the, oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Who been between the thighs looking? What are we talking about? Are y'all finna get, oh, Lord, y'all finna get uncut after dark, ain't you? Who been between who thighs looking at what? Jake. God damn it, Jake. God damn it, Jake. Yeah, Orange Lily, you better stay far away, because trust me, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. That damn Jake. God damn. What we gonna do with Jake? Golly, man. What we gonna do with Jake? No, these women was waiting on this. These ladies, this has been going on for like the past 48 hours now. Jake is just gonna feed them. Jake is getting them crunk. Jake knows exactly what he's doing. These ladies they gonna take it and run with it. Here we go. Here we go. I'm not gonna read that. I'm not reading that, Jake. Here we go. Have y'all got it out of your system, ladies? Go ahead, ladies. Go ahead, ladies. Get it out of your system, ladies. Go ahead, ladies. Get it out of your system. You got this sidewinder gear. Oh, Lord have mercy. Ladies, if I'm not mistaken, I've heard that called a hook. Ladies like a hook. Look at Orange Lily tell me who been in love with the eyeballs. Oh my God, it's going down. It's going down. Oh boy, it's about the water motion, not the boat. Give us something we can feel. I'ma send it. Oh my God. These goddamn women. Jake, you know what you doing. Oh man. This is like everybody sitting in the back of the room having a roast session after the teacher get done teaching class. The bell ring in like 10 minutes, and y'all got 10 minutes just to sit back there and crack jokes and just talk doors. Oh man. But yeah, the ladies love that hook though. You know what I'm saying? The ladies love that hook. They can't lie. The ladies love that hook. They love it. They love it. Give us something to look back at while you doing it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. What you supposed to be looking back at? What you gonna be looking back at? Huh, Jacqueline? What you looking back at? While he clapping your cheeks, what are you looking back at, Jacqueline? Oh, this ought to get real good. I don't know why I set myself up for this. Here we go. Here we go. And she a Capricorn just like me, so she's gonna be no holds barred. Orange Lily, no, we don't know what's looking back at him. As y'all can see, I'm speechless. I was waiting on Jake to come in here and bail me out. Right, cherry shortcake. That's why yeah, that's why I get myself in so much trouble. You know, women become squirters and they don't know that they were squirters, you know. Orange Lily, where are you from, Orange Lily? Orange Lily has come in here before. Orange Lily, where are you from? Nah, they don't be creaming, Jake. When you packing with a hook, Jake, nah, they squirt. See, key word was packing with a hook, Jake. Orange Lily say, PA. Okay. Y'all freaky deaky little ladies. You got to flip it over on its side and do a hula hoop motion to make it match. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord. We getting all descriptive with it now. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Here we go. I knew it was going to go there. I guess I should tell everyone, welcome to Uncut After Dark, thanks to Jake. Jake finna get the women started. Thank God Drill Sergeant isn't in here too. Do some jumping jacks. Oh Lord, listen to Jacqueline. Listen to that Capricorn. It's all about the comfort level if you want it to flood. It's all about that full bladder if you want it to flood. Catch her on that full bladder. Most women like to go pee before they get active. Nah, don't go pee. Come here. Come here. We done got so far off topic.
Claiming she played a role in Nolan's death. Listen to me. Remember how Tristan, the boy that said he was with some girl, I think it was the first day he met her, but everybody in Ocean Springs. I remember how he said, oh yeah, Nolan was my best friend, and Nolan's mama was like, I do not know you. Remember that? Listen to what Nolan Wells' relative says. Nolan has, and this is why the cover-up, let me just read what they said, because I have a theory that the cover-up that Big Trump is pushing on is because Nolan Wells' relative, who she's a deputy sheriff, I think it's like something ain't right. I would think. Maybe she didn't. I don't know. I'm just speculating, right? But this is what.
Ollie, why you feel so ashamed? Orange Lily. Oh, we get like that all the time on here. We get like that all the time on here. Why you feel so ashamed? You should always be, hey, you're more than welcome to be yourself. Yeah, we all adults, man. We having a good time. What you ashamed for? I mean, unless you a minor. You ain't underage or nothing, are you? How old are you? Now I'm prompted to ask. How old are you? No, that's how we talking here, man. We grown. Yeah, you grown, but are you a woman? What do you call grown? Now you done got me kind of scared to be talking like this around you. Yeah, we put here to tease each other and flirt with each other and stuff like that. Stimulate one another.
Nolan Wells' relative, I think it's a cousin or something. She's a deputy sheriff in Jackson County. Kadriana McKinney, right? Posted it in support of Katie. She said, "We all know and love Katie." Trayson said that Nolan had just met her that day. Trayson said he seemed like he really liked her, but it was just some girl he met. How could you know this man and be his friend, and you ain't know that? It sounds like Katie is his girl. If not his girl, maybe they friends to the end like Chucky. You know, maybe they friends that turn to lovers or something more. But listen to what Nolan's family said about Katie.
Tell me
We all know
again.
and love Katie. Nobody, as far as my family, is blaming Katie. We
That
all love
will
her
be
and her whole
the
family. She spent so many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. My family has no vendetta against her whatsoever. We love her. I think we're just trying to understand what happened. Y'all, let's roll it back. How tight were Warren and Nolan? I'm being serious. How tight were Trayson and Nolan? Trayson, you didn't even know that this girl sounds like she's Warren's bona fide. If not, baby, they are super, super tight. Even if it's a platonic relationship, like I said, we all know and love Katie. Nobody, as far as my family, is blaming Katie. This is Nolan's family speaking. We all love her and her whole family. She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. My family has no vendetta against her, Katie, whatsoever. We love her. I think we're just trying to understand what happened. Y'all, how tight were Warren and Nolan, and how tight were Trayson and Nolan? Trayson, I don't think Trayson was involved in this. But that said, I don't think we can listen to an MFing thing that Trayson got to say. Because you literally will in like Captain Save-A-Ho, and you don't even know the basics. You don't know whether Warren's dad is his stepdaddy or his real dad. You don't know that.
Facts. Hell, I don't know either. I don't know either. Hell, the name's different. I don't know either. There's a lot going on here. But I don't think Trayson had anything to do with it. Trayson obviously had left the island earlier in his altercation, all of that. So he's clear. I don't even know why he's out here talking, unless he's just a plant or just some type of character witness they're throwing out here in front of us. I don't know.
Katie, if she's not Warren's bona fide, baby, she is like this with the family. They know her. She spent countless time at family events. Katie is in the mix. And you know what the funny thing is? Hear me out. Everybody's still up for discussion. I'm not taking anybody off the table. But hear me out, because as you get new information, things have to change. This is a bona fide article. This is a verified article. None of these boys came out to dispute this article. What's more, Here we go. Nolan's family, there goes Miss Bright Eyes right there, literally went on record and spoke for the whole family about the way they feel about Katie. And maybe she's showing her face, and she's a deputy sheriff in Jackson County. Which makes me think.
So Nolan's family was good with Katie. Katie had been around and know they're speaking up for her, y'all. Oh wow. Oh wow. I told you I believe Katie was telling the truth. Katie taught black. I think Katie loved black men. I think Katie loved black men. Yeah, I think Katie was born with the desire for the foot long. You know what I'm saying? Katie is just one of them black chicks who love white men. You know what I mean? I mean, she's one of those white chicks who love black men. She's been to the house on many occasions. She's hung out with them for years. Nolan's family is speaking up for her. Cousins of the family is speaking up for her. Come on, man. Katie ain't got nothing to worry about. They know Katie didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? They know Katie didn't do that.
Is there a reason why Nolan's mom, even though Warren was like, yo, just calm down, just chill. Warren's mom activated like Voltron and called the sheriff at midnight. And they found Warren's phone and went to go get it. It helps to have law enforcement in the family. She's a deputy sheriff.
The way I see it, we all need to learn who did this, and we can split that $125K. What y'all say? We can split that $125K. Shit, I'll make the call. We figure out who did it, I'll make the call. Shit, I ain't gonna front like that $125K will make a difference in my life.
I wonder if she's privy to any information that we're not. I'm telling you, she's on Nolan's family side. Blood is thicker than anybody, all right? However, so this is verified. She's going on record. She's related to Nolan. I think they're cousins, or maybe they might be, like, she's Nolan's aunt, like, related to her.
She look like she could be an aunt.
But the whole point of the matter is, okay? Or she's related on the daddy's side. Aunt on the daddy's side, you know? The whole point of the matter is, y'all listen to me. Just follow me. And we got to ask the question. How much did Warren know? Oh, we're going to get to the whole boat and the separation because Katie addresses that too. How much did the people that say they love Nolan and that's their brother, how much did they really know Nolan? When they said, oh, he was talking to some girl at Horn Island and he said he was going to stay with her. Did y'all know Nolan enough to know?
Sweet Tea took a nap and came back, y'all.
She wasn't a fling. They didn't meet on Horn Island. Not only was that...
Sweet Tea went and took a nap, did some grocery shopping, did some laundry, and came back. You know what I'm saying? How you doing, Sweet Tea? Nah, we can't do that, Jake. We can't do that, Jake. Can't do that, Jake. Sweet Tea say yes. Dougie. There he go. There he go. Dougie. We got Dougie in the house, y'all. Y'all know how it go. Dougie. Oh. We got Dougie in the house. What's good, brother?
Sounds like, if not his bona fide, that was his bestie before the bestie. But the whole family knew her. The whole family loved her. Again, she has spent many events with our whole family. Many events. To me, that sounds like birthdays, holidays, weddings, you name it, right? She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. More times than they can count. See, here's the thing. Y'all talking about, oh, he was with some girl. He was with some girl. He got left with a girl. You didn't know that Katie was the bona fide. You didn't know that Katie was like this with family.
She was solid with the family.
You didn't know that when you told investigators, I would imagine, because that's what it sounds like. Listen, it's my opinion.
They was trying to play Katie against the family, not knowing that Katie was locked in with the family. Yo, this is a whole new twist. This is a whole new twist. This is why Nolan was so comfortable with Katie. This is why there's reports of Katie and Nolan being out there cuddling and being close and being, Katie's always been part of the family. Katie's been coming. Katie make house visits. Katie done made more house visits than these so-called best friends of Nolan. The mama say some of these friends ain't never been to the house. But Katie done been there. Katie done been there. Hey, salute to Katie, man. Salute to Katie. Salute to Katie. Y'all leave Katie alone.
Your own, right? We are not accusing anybody. I'm just saying that to make the stories make sense, what can bridge? You didn't know, based off of what you said, and based off the inner things, that Katie was like this with the family. That when you said, oh, he was with, what's the girl's name? I don't know what. Katie, not only Katie, and again, everybody's up for grabs. We don't know what's going to happen, but you don't know that Katie is like this with the family. And Katie was first, right?
Mm-hmm.
First to tell Nolan's mama, no, that is not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, it was a violence-filled day that Katie had to.
And if y'all remember, Katie went back to the island with them and helped them search. Katie been transparent since day one. Katie been cooperating since day one. Katie been repping for Nolan since day one. Oh, shucky ducky quack quack, boy, something going down. You know what I'm saying? Lavender and Lovelace. Hot damn, that sounds great. Lavender and Lovelace. Damn it, man. Whew. I know you got to be a female. If you are a man with the name Lavender Lovelace, I'm kicking your ass out of here. You better be a woman. You better be a damn good-looking woman, too. Lavender Lovelace. Damn. Yeah, I don't believe she's in it. I don't believe she's in it. I don't believe Katie has anything to do with this, other than really wanting justice for Nolan.
Flee from. And she assumed when they were separating that Nolan was going with his friends because Nolan's friends were yelling by their own admission, get that. Let's go, Nolan, get that F on the food. Because there was sorry, sweetie, scaring my puppy. Because there was crazy stuff going. I'm sure because there was, come here. Sorry. Because there was crazy stuff going on Horn Island. More on that later, because there's also somebody that knows what happens at Horn Island that is feeding things to another person. We'll talk about that tomorrow morning. We just want to verify what we can to whatever. But again, what if them just saying Katie, because they didn't know how tight they were, was another misstep, just like that audio.
Jacqueline says she believe Katie has something to do with it. Jacqueline says, I ain't putting nothing past nobody. Jacqueline says she ain't letting nobody off the hook. You know what I'm saying? Say she ain't letting nobody off the hook. Which guy like Nolan and got jealous of Katie? Oh, damn. Damn. I see what you did there, Orange Lily. Damn. Listen, these two are just a tandem right here. Jacqueline and Cherry Shortcake, they are a tandem. They are a tandem.
Being leaked was a misstep. Many people say that, okay, now this has not been verified, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's not true. One of the reasons that Nolan's mom got so, oh my God, where's Nolan? Is because they thought that Nolan was going to be out there chilling with Katie. That was his
Jake, you trying to get them started again, Jake?
And they called Katie to be like, where is Nolan?
Jake, are you trying to get them started again, Jake? Jake, are you trying to get the lady started again, Jake? Is that what you're trying to do, Jake?
And Katie was like, he said he was going back with his friends. Meanwhile, the mama just got off the phone with the friends from, oh, we haven't seen him. He said that he was staying back with that girl, who later they found out the girl's name was Katie. And Nolan's mama knew something ain't right. Katie, who and I quote, we all love her and her whole family. She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers, countless
Okay, so Katie is verified. Katie is verified. They can't say nothing about Katie. Nothing. Nothing about Katie. Katie is verified. The family is already speaking up.
Excuse.
Katie is a oh my God. Oh my God. Lavender Lovelace. Can you put up a profile picture? I don't know what would prompt a real woman to come in here and say Katie is a blow up doll. But now I have my doubts. Lavender Lovelace. I'm gonna just call you LL. Can I call you? I don't want to call you LL either. Triple L. I know, but it's got my attention. Plus, you're writing in all caps, and we don't write in all caps. You're writing in all caps, and we don't write in all caps. But that was just that joke. Just didn't sound too feminine. Right. That just don't sound too feminine right there. Lavender Lovelace, you want to put up a profile picture? I'm a black woman. You're married. Katie is a... You know what? I just caught on to what she means. Okay, I just caught on to what she means. There is a... Don't listen. I know what she's saying. There is a brand of a blow-up doll, I guess is what she's saying. That's named Katie. I think that's what she's saying. I think that's what Lavender Lovelace is saying. And I wouldn't doubt if it was a blow-up doll somewhere. Okay, that's what she's saying. Okay. I wouldn't doubt if it was a blend of a blow-up doll somewhere named Katie. Oh, no, I believe her. I know what she's saying now. I know what she's saying now. I think she's saying it's a certain brand of a blow-up doll named Katie.
Excuse me, sir, how old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
I made my first million last year, actually.
Thank you. She has spent many events with our whole family in Three Rivers countless times. My family has no vendetta against her whatsoever. We love her. We all know and love Katie.
Okay, there it. Okay, yeah, y'all loosen up. It was a joke. I get what she's saying now. I just had to think about it for a minute.
Nobody, as far as my family, is blaming Katie. You guys, everybody's talking about where's Katie? Katie is MF in mourning. According to Nolan's family, Katie is mourning. Let's also not forget that Katie's sister,
I believe Nolan only went because he knew Katie would be there. I believe Nolan only went because he knew Katie would be there. Right, because first we didn't know who she was. I agree, but the family knew who she was the whole entire time. Nolan's family knew exactly who she was the whole entire time. Bring Katie in for questioning for what? For what? For what? Nah, I don't think they need to bring Katie in for no questioning. For what?
Actually, hold on a second. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is also bringing up the fact of Katie's sister. Katie's sister made a Facebook post. I believe she made it either today or sometime in the last week, right? She said this flat out. Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat he came out on. The conversation we're going to get to in the rest of the article, it wasn't like, okay, bye-bye. No, there was a lot of mess going on. She jumped on her boat because her family was like, go, 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 go. And Nolan was like, all right, I'll go back with my friends, right? She said Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat when he came out. Katie made it home because she was on another boat with different people. Katie was safe because my brother and sister-in-law went and got her. Keep that sentence in mind. It's going to be explained in this article. Katie was safe because my brother and sister-in-law went and got her. That's how crazy things were getting in Horn Island. Katie assumed that friends, she put it in quotation marks again, right? It's right there. Katie assumed the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. Me and my family have talked, called, and are sending up prayers to bring Nolan home. We have given all the answers we can to his mom and authorities. So it wasn't this week, sorry. It was the week that he went missing, and this is before he actually turned up. Right? Anyway, so what did we learn? From actually reading, y'all want sources? We're giving you sources. Nolan has a relative that is a junior deputy sheriff. This is Miss Beautiful Kadriana McKinney. She's a deputy sheriff, right? Katie was like this with Nolan and his family. That sounded like it was his bona fide. If she was not his bona fide, they were very, very good friends. Katie, it looks like, is the one that alerted Nolan's mom early after Warren said, oh, don't worry about it. We're going to find him. And she called Katie, and Katie was like, what are you talking about? He left with his friends. And that's when she knew something wasn't adding up. And she called the police, who I assume, I don't know if her niece was working at that moment, but she made a police report, this, that, and the third. All right? Now get this. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter said investigators did not suspect foul play and believed Nolan chose to stay on the island. Here's the crazy thing. All of them boys said Nolan wanted to stay. Katie, the girl everybody said, now that they finally remembered her name after Nolan's body was found. Katie, the girl everybody said was hugged up with Nolan and was the last person to see Nolan, according to all the boys. Katie is saying that's not true. He 100% said he was leaving with his friends and he was getting on the boat. But the sheriff says he didn't suspect foul play and believe Nolan chose to stay on the island. You see why her mom called Big Trumpin'? Because without Katie telling her version to Nolan's mom, this might have actually rolled. But again, I will say, I don't think they knew Katie was Katie. I don't think they knew Katie was like this with Nolan's family.
Exactly.
I don't know that they knew that Katie's family and Nolan's family was like this together. And I don't think they knew that Katie will be telling the police that's not what happened. That's not what happened. There's more.
They thought Katie was the average little innocent white girl. They thought Katie was down with the code of white supremacy. They didn't know Katie was tied into the family. And Katie better be on her P's and Q's because they might try to find a way to silence her. They just may try to find a way to silence Katie, you know. So, hey, listen, when it comes to this, I'm pro Katie. If y'all want to continue to listen to this in its entirety, you know, it's an hour and 14 minutes long. I'm not going to do that. I'm getting tired. I've been streaming since 8:45. You know, I've got to call it a night. But this is on Tisa Tell's page, Katie's Heartbreaking Confession, How Violence Erupted on Horn Island. Ladies and gentlemen, we have questions today. We're still going to have questions tomorrow. Doesn't look like anyone wants to be transparent, but we know Tristan is in the clear unless he actually knows what happened and he's keeping a secret. And we know that Katie is in the clear. I can't clear anyone else. I can't clear anyone else. Is there anyone that y'all think are in the clear? Is there anyone that y'all believe is in the clear? Jackie gonna say everybody guilty. I know Jackie position, and I know Cherry Shortcake position. They gonna say everybody guilty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all rest in power so y'all can wake up empowered. Y'all know what it is. It's all love. You know what I mean? Don't go out here just hating on white folks because they white, y'all. Please, y'all, do me that favor. Don't go out here stereotyping all white people to be like the racist white people we're talking about. Please, y'all. There's good people in every culture. There's bad people in every culture. Doesn't mean that everyone is the same. Do not go out here hating on people just because of their skin color. If you're gonna hate on someone, hate them because of the content of their character. That's more understandable than hating someone based on what complexion they are and no one got to choose what race they wanted to be. All right, I just feel like that's important to say to all my black family. All right, yes, we're tired. Yes, we're going through it. We're sick of going through it. Yes, they owe us. But listen, there's a lot of them who feel the same way that we feel. And it just needs to be said. All right. Shay.